Good evening, everybody. I'm John Abbott, the CEO of Yoga Journal. Everybody, please join me in welcoming Yogacharya BKS Iyengar. Mr. Iyengar is accompanied by his grandson, Harith. Harith? For those of us who have been here for the last 4 days, we have had the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to receive the teachings from the Master. For those joining us tonight, you will have the opportunity to hear Mr. Iyengar talk about his lifelong devotion to and learning from yoga. I have been a long-term student of Mr. Iyengar's teachings through those who have studied with him, and in particular, Patricia Walden. In the last 2 years, I have had the privilege and honor of visiting the Iyengar Yoga Institute in Pune, India, twice. This week, I have had the opportunity to study with Guruji intensively. It has truly been a transformative experience. The insights we have all received this week have been truly ennobling and have shown us how to live a more aware and more purposeful life. I have asked myself, what is it that makes this man a truly great man, a great leader? Is it his exceptional perceptivity, his sensitivity, his remarkable intelligence, his integrity, his generosity? These are certainly necessary, but in my view, not sufficient. What makes Mr. Iyengar not one in a million, but one in a billion, are these qualities combined with a highly refined and mature experiential knowledge and wisdom acquired by 70 years of devoted and persistent daily yoga practice. Before Mr. Iyengar delivers his keynote address, I want to thank some of the people and organizations responsible for this conference. Please hold back your applause and join me at the end to applaud them all. They are the Yoga Journal conference team: Alana Magal, Renee LaRose, Casey Ruby, Jenny Andrews, and a special thanks to my assistant, Jennifer Moniz, and all of our wonderful Yoga Journal team. The staff of Horizon Conferences who have been responsible for the registration and for on-site logistics. Our very generous sponsors: Be Present, Bija Healing Teas, Fiji Water, Guyam, Kashi, Life Spa Clinics, Luna, R&R Resorts, Satya Jewelry, Spectrum Organics, and Yoga Fusions. A very special note of thanks to Rodale Press, represented here tonight by Stephanie Tade. Not only for Rodale's publishing of Guruji's masterful work, Light on Life, but also for insisting that Mr. Iyengar come to the United States for this visit. The Iyengar National Association of the United States, whose volunteer members support Guruji's work and all of the activities related to this visit. Then, last and most important, Mr. Iyengar and all of the remarkable teachers without whom this event would not be possible. I now present Yogacharya BKS Iyengar.
I don't know how to address you all. Anyhow, dear friends, students, and lovers of yoga, I am grateful to Rodale Publishers, Yoga Journal, and to all of you who have gathered here to hear me today. In my life of 70 years public life, this is the first time that I have to make a script to address you all. I have attended lots of international conferences, not only on yoga, but also on cardiology, spine 2005, on many medical conferences. And I have spoken without any notes. But you have to excuse me this time because I am on the gates of 87 and memory may fail. And that's why I thought I should not make a mess in my talk. So I thought that it is better to be wise by making a script and present my feelings to all of you. You know, when John asked me regarding the keynote address, I think this is the first time as a professor I have to do this keynote address. I had a lot of other works I postponed. Then I said the time has come that I should write. And I actually finished the note. And I was about to give to my pupil Stephanie to type. But unfortunately, meanwhile, the Cricket Board of India sent me an SOS that all the illustrations for the book, which will be out soon on yoga for cricketers, said that there are lots of technical difficulties in publishing the illustrations. You have to see that everything is redone. So my note was on my table, and 4 days, morning 9 to evening 6, I had to work for these photographs, non-stop, and I forgot everything about the note. Then when everything was over, I went to my library to search what I had written. Mysteriously, everything had disappeared. And even today, nothing flashes me on what I wrote. My mind became completely empty when I lost the papers. Then within 1 hour, of course, my Stephanie knows, I said, it's no good worrying, let me think and make again a second keynote address. Believe me or not, my mind and brain became completely blank. And even now, I cannot recollect of what I wrote. As I had to write a new note, I thought of the importance of this sadhana, and I'm presenting as a sadhaka to you, as you're all sadhakas. I'm not a speaker, but a sadhaka. And I, as sadhaka, love to involve myself in practice, and as you are sadhakas, I would like to share for the first time how my yogic journey progressively began from the periphery of the body to realize the distinction between the consciousness and the seer, kindling the spiritual light in my life. Hence, I request you to listen patiently for your good. As I may repeat some of the things that I might have said since the day that I have been in the public eye, I request you to excuse and pardon me for it. As a sadhaka, I believe in practice, and as a teacher, I like to share my experiences with you. Today, I am standing in front of you to inspire you to work as I worked, with an inquisitive, inquiring mind, to discover and rediscover the immeasurable inner body through yoga. I request you to proceed from my search to discover further this mysterious body and its caretaker, the self. Religiousness and religiosity in my practices and precepts are the prerequisites for me as a teacher. If I was a preacher, I might preach precepts, but it may not be obligatory for me to follow. I, as a teacher, have to live as an example by practicing in front of you to see that I follow what I say. I am in yoga for more than 70 years, and I say with my conscience that I never felt monotonous or bored even once in my practice. My practice alone acted as a guiding star in educating me to recharge each day with further efforts, and these fresh efforts went on culturing my mind and intelligence to be in contact with the caretaker of the body, the core of the being. This reflective state of observation in my practices has not faded even to this day. I kept myself open to watch my various functions and actions that were naturally happening, and by the grace of God, I began interchanging these functions, process, and gravitational changes in different asanas, grasped them and combed them all together to fit in each and every asana. At the beginning of my sadhana, the understanding was at a snail's speed. And as I was not able to penetrate the mind beyond the muscles and joints, so after years of continuous sadhana, I gradually began developing sharpness in my observation to interpenetrate by moving my attention beyond the muscles and joints. It was 50 years ago that I first visited your country, and at that time, very little was known about yoga, and people were fond of the three famous W's: wealth, wine, and women. That was a fact. During my first visit to the States in 1956, I was taken aback to see the way of life here in contrast to that of my country. This made me to think whether to come again or not. But destiny disposed my proposal, and I came again after a gap of 17 years, that is in 1973, when some members who came to my hometown learned and tempted me to revisit to see this change. No doubt, I confess that I had to change my views as I saw myself much interest shown by members in yoga in 1973, though the members were very, very small. Now I am delighted to see such a transformation that has taken place in you all, and I am proud to see the enthusiasm and will to dwell in the depth of physical as well as spiritual values of yoga in your lives. It is for me a wonder of wonders that you have accepted this yoga as if it is in your genes. I do not consider it as my pride if I say that to some extent the credit goes to me. Though I sowed the seed of yoga and nurtured it by my regular visits since 1973, I equally share this credit with you, as the merit of its popularity goes to all of you who devotedly dedicated your life and time, energy to learn and transmit this yoga by going to the doorsteps of your brothers and sisters. Expressing this heartfelt gratitude to you, all of you, I would like to tell you of my early efforts to understand the leap I made in this art, which may help you in guiding, though it was not my choice, but forced on me by destiny. I was born in a remote backward village known as Bellur, about 60 kilometers from Bangalore towards Chennai in Karnataka state, South India. I owe a lot to my parents who gave me birth and life, as at that time my mother was afflicted by the world influenza epidemic, and destiny made both of us to survive. Not only I was born weak, but bouts of diseases, one after the other, like malaria, typhoid, tuberculosis, sapped my energy and made me to live a parasitic life. 2-3 times, I'd almost made up my mind to commit suicide. But destiny did not allow me, and the last minute, somehow the mind said, no, let me face the world. Maybe these illnesses came to me as an unknown blessing to embrace yoga at that age of 14. It may be a coincidence that my eldest sister got married to Yogacharya Krishnamacharya in 1926. It took 7 years for him to advise me to do yoga to gain health, though he knew that I was afflicted with bouts of diseases. Meanwhile, he had initiated my younger sister and elder brother. My sister could not pursue as she got married, and my brother left because of my brother-in-law's rigorous discipline imposed upon him. It was in 1934 that the Maharaja of Mysore deputed my brother-in-law to propagate yoga in northern Karnataka and to pay a visit to Kaivalyadham at Lonavala near Pune. On his way from Mysore, he broke his journey at Bangalore, and as it was summer holidays for schools, he asked me to be with my sister till he returns from the tour. As Mysore was famous for palaces and lush gardens, I at once agreed to proceed to Mysore, which was like a fantasy in my mind. After his return from the tour, I wanted to return to Bangalore, but he asked me to stay and join school in Mysore to continue my studies and to learn asanas to see the dawn of my health. The word health charged me with enthusiasm, and I stayed back to learn the asanas as well as to pursue my studies. On one auspicious day, he called me and taught me to do a few asanas. When I bent forwards, my middle fingers could not reach my knees. Probably, this unbelievable stiffness made him to be indifferent towards me, saying, do them daily, and left me to do alone of what he taught. As he initiated me into asanas, I considered him as my guru and remained as my guru in my life. It so happened that one of his favorite pupils, Sri Keshavamurti, who was staying as my companion with Guruji, left the house without telling anyone, never to return. Guruji tried his best to trace him, but he could not find him. This made him to turn his attention on me and showed seriousness in teaching me. My guru was known for his stern discipline. On account of this, gradually fear complex grew in me. Having lost his best pupil, he took personal interest in me and forced me to do all the different and difficult asanas in a week's time, and made me to do them in public, as his lecture were arranged every now and then. Knowingly or unknowingly, this turned out to be a turning point in my life. In 1936, the Maharaja of Mysore deputed him to visit northern Mysore to propagate yoga. As my studies came to an end, because I failed in the examination. Because I was a free ship holder. As I failed, I lost my free ship. I couldn't pay the fees. So naturally, the termination of my education came. So as my studies came to an end, he took me with other senior pupils to give demonstrations On their tour, he gave me chances to conduct classes for ladies. Probably, he wanted to sow the seed in me to become a teacher later on. In 1937, on request by the authorities of the Deccan Gymkhana Club, my Guruji sent me to teach in the sports clubs and educational institutes of Pune for a period of 6 months. But destiny made Pune my home. This responsibility made me to be sincere, and I began practicing advertently for long hours each day to gain confidence in asana for me to teach. In 1943, I got married to Ramamani. God blessed me, I said this morning, God blessed me with a true partner, not only in life, but also to progress in my sadhana. As I had no colleagues to see my shortcomings in my asana practice, I began teaching asanas to my wife to give her the feel of the subject. Then I helped her through adjustments in her body, in the asana, so that she gets accustomed to the touch of the skin and the flesh in the asanas. Then I showed her how to look at each part of the body in each asana and began guiding the ways as well as the means of applying pressures and counter pressures to adjust my body where I needed corrections. My wife willingly agreed to oblige me at any time I needed her help. Whenever I used to call for help, she used to leave her household chores halfway to help me in my asanas, which were not coming to my expectations. Her interest in me to master the art encouraged me to strive further and further to reach the needed alignment of the body, and her help in using right pressures made me to reach the state of stability and serenity in asanas. If my parents were the cause for my life, my Guru caused me to choose an aim in life, whereas my wife's involvement and encouragement made me to reach a finer state of firmness in asanas. As I was teaching, I could notice the good and bad points of the students, which helped me with ideas, not only to better myself, but to impart new thoughts in my teaching. This observation of various bodies gave me time to understand the structure of the body, its function and constitution. This way, Providence provided me such circumstances to mold, and time helped me to blend myself to penetrate the intricacies of each asana that transformed me from a raw beginner to a ripe student and to become a good teacher. No doubt, I became a follower of yoga by chance. But to become a teacher, it was not a chance, but my choice. People having different occupational hazards with different body structures who came to learn opened my eyes to look at them carefully and learn to align the bones, muscles, joints, ligaments, fibers, tendons, and so forth uniformly in the frame of each asana. As I came to know that the body is made of 5 elements of nature: earth, water, fire, air, and ether, I had to understand their functions also in my practices. Lord Krishna's definition of yoga as equanimity, harmony, balance, skillful adjustment came to my thoughts, and I began to introduce these qualities in my learnings and teachings, which guided me to understand the functions of anatomy in each asana. This was the first progressive step that came to me in my yoga sadhana as a teacher-learner. Though my Guru was soft to his other students, he was strict on me at the time of his tutelage, which made me to follow blindly without allowing me to question him. I did ask him on occasions to guide me on the views of this great science, but his answer was, "Do what I say and do not ask any further." Probably might have thought that I was incapable of understanding this sophisticated philosophy, or I may not have been fit to his expectations. Yet, he sent me 600 miles away from him to teach. Being raw in practice and intelligence, I began to read books on asanas to get some ideas on the subject. The word that attracted me was the meaning of yoga, the union. The word has a strong impression on my sadhana to associate the organs of action and senses of perception together in order to connect them to the mind, as these are cognizable to one and all. The second progressive education began with this idea of connecting action and perception for the mind to conceive. From this point, I worked to subordinate the action of asanas to the senses of perception as well as the mind. Then I was lifted to the third stage. How I progressed, that's what I'm telling you. Progression to work on the subtle elements, namely the intelligence and consciousness, which remain dormant in common people like me. In order to sublimate the senses of perception and mind, I had to understand what is intellect and what is intelligence, and their transformations into wisdom. I learned the intellect fluctuates and oscillates, while the intelligence as wisdom does not. To understand the differences between the intellect and intelligence, Yoga Sutra 117 and 133 helped me a great deal. Here, Patanjali divides the four hemispheres of the brain into intellectual divisions: the seat of analysis, synthesis, contentment of bliss, and the seat of I-ness. Similarly, he demarcates the four chambers of the heart into emotional divisions as friendliness, compassion, gladness, and indifference towards effects. If the chambers of the brain represent the individual personal self, the chambers of the heart express the universal and impersonal self. From here, I was guided from within towards the fourth state of understanding. I realized that the seat of all knowledge for us is the seer, or the soul. This seed of knowledge sprouts and branches into two parts as consciousness and energy. If the flow of awareness is consciousness, energy is the flow of life force, which the scientists call bioenergy. After understanding the distinction between the intellect of the head and the intelligence of the heart, I thought of redefining my practices by bringing conjunction between the intellect and the intelligence. Hence, I began to do the asanas using head and heart simultaneously. Here, you may like to know the difference between the intellect of the head and the intelligence of the heart. Acquired knowledge is the intellect of the head, and experiential knowledge is the intelligence of the heart. Head accumulates knowledge, and heart uses that acquired and accumulated knowledge to experiment with pros and cons till one reaches a matured state of experience where pros and cons come to an end. This way, I began to bring the intellect of the head to associate with the intelligence of the heart in my practice of asanas, so that the head and the heart associate together and unite. To bring this association and union, I had to study not only the elements of nature and their counterparts, sound, touch, form, taste, and odor, but also energy with its divisional functions. Observing this close connection between elements, awareness, and energy, I began relearning the asanas to bring unison between the elements, intellectual awareness, and flow of energy. This opened my intellectual eye to feel extension of intelligence by inner contact and expansion of consciousness through sound vibration in the body. This made me to experience the revolving movement of energy and awareness while doing it in the asana, staying and coming out of it. This attention of connecting awareness and energy helped me to learn each asana in such a way that I could feel reflection of each asana on the mirrors of my senses of perception, mind, intelligence, and consciousness, re-reflecting on my body without any refraction. Similarly, I made my body as a mirror and intelligence a reflector, mirror, for it to reflect on my core without distortions. From here, I moved towards self-education as the fifth step on the ladder of yogic knowledge and understanding. We are made up of 5 elements, namely earth, water, fire, air, and ether. To understand the function of the last 2 subtlest elements, I had to reintroduce the subtle form of practice for my intelligence to interweave in order to reach the remotest space in my body. For this, I had to go back to study and understand health in its wholesomeness, which needed total attention and awareness. This thought of attention and awareness drew me to different dimensions of health, namely physical health, moral health, mental health, energy health, intellectual health, conscientious health, and divine health. If all these various dimensions of health have to work in unison and concord, it needed holistic attention and awareness of intelligence and consciousness. Actually, health is nothing but awareness of life's force. As the river flows forwards, life energy too has only forward movements. As such, the various facets of health follow the flow of life's energy. Health is a like wire. If one touches the live wire, he gets a shock or a burn. Similarly, the awareness of health at once has to prick the intelligence if something within the body gets disturbed. This disturbance in health means disturbance in consciousness and intelligence. In order to bring this unison between the intelligence and consciousness, I began to remodel the techniques of asanas and pranayama to feel the attention and awareness concurrently moving with motion, action, observation, reflection, and absorption of each asana along with the breath to grasp the functioning of the consciousness and energy in this human body. This human body has 5 sheaths interwoven as anatomical sheath, physiological sheath, organic sheath, mental sheath, intellectual sheath, and the immeasurable space within, the space of cosmic bliss sheath. Consciousness being the gateway to enter the core of the being, the capital self. I peeped into the states of consciousness. Though consciousness is one, it has 7 states of functioning. They are emerging consciousness, restraining consciousness, tranquil consciousness, indivisible attentive consciousness, sattvic eye consciousness, split consciousness, and crystal pure consciousness. Though Patanjali explains yoga as a restraint of consciousness, see how difficult it is to bring these various facets of consciousness under control. For me, consciousness is like a carry bag with different contents in different packets. It carries 5 fluctuations, 5 afflictions, which may be physical, moral, mental, intellectual, and spiritual. It also carries disturbing and distracting problems like disease, lack of interest, indecision, overlooking things, idleness, incontinence, elusive notions, disappointments, inability to pursue, aggravating further with the distress, dejection, labored breathing, and tremors of the body. These disturbing factors may be dormant, attenuating, alternating, or fully active. So far I gave you thoughts of destructive contents. Let me take you to the other side of the consciousness, which carries components to uplift the practitioner from nescience or want of knowledge towards the crown of knowledge and wisdom to experience the eternal cosmic bliss. These constructive suggestions are to remain quiet after exhalation, contemplation on a luminous, effulgent light, to live undisturbed, either in dreamy, sleepy, or wakeful states, or on a thing conducive to the heart. Defining the bad parts and the good parts of the consciousness, I had to go back to my earlier thoughts regarding the intellect of the head and the intelligence of the heart. I had to communicate the features of the head, namely analysis, insight, elation, experiencing state of existence, with the features of the heart, which are friendliness, compassion, gladness, and selfless living. I had to connect and commune these various compartments of the head and the heart through trust, physical power, mental power, intellectual will, and memory as a means to repose consciousness for it to move closer towards the soul and God. As a river with its tributaries joins the sea, I would like to take your consciousness with its tributaries to mingle and unite with the sea of the soul. Patanjali begins his teachings with the path of surrender, Bhakti Marga, through devotion on God, Ishvara Pranidhana. Knowing that the Bhakti Marga, or the path of devotion, is not possible to each and everyone, he takes up and proceeds towards the path of action, Karma Marga, and path of knowledge, Jnana Marga, through asana, pranayama, pratyahara, and dharana, and ends up in bhakti in the form of dhyana or meditation. From this one can conclude that Ashtanga Yoga, the 8 petals of yoga, cover action, knowledge, and surrender of oneself to the Supreme Soul, God. Thus, this Ashtanga Yoga brings in the practitioners to develop perfect action mingled with matured intelligence, which in turn brings humbleness in them to see all evenly and treat all equally. For this, he takes us to know nature's power existing in each human being in the form of 5 elements and their atomic qualities: organs of action, senses of perception, mind, intelligence, consciousness, cosmic intelligence with the nature's qualities, namely illumination, vibration, and inertia, and then the soul and God, our cosmic force. He guides us to use these components of nature in conjunction with the soul to understand nature and then pacify nature so that the Atman or the soul or the seer rests and dwells in his own abode. The seer or the soul is chainless and choiceless. The seer being the perceiver, Ashtanga Yoga as an instrument helps the practitioner who, as a seeker, reaches ripeness in practice and sights the seer, the soul, which was taunting as an object. The principle of yoga is meant to remove the letter K, which is a thick intellectual cloud abiding in between the seeker and the seer. When this intellectual cloud K is removed, then the seeker is transformed as a seer. This is how yoga practices takes us towards the culminating end, the light of the soul. Patanjali's term, swa, as individual self, engulfed the body, and Swami, the soul, as the Lord of the body. Lord Krishna, the Lord of Yoga, the Yogeshwara, concurs with the thoughts of Patanjali and says in the 13th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita that the seer or the soul is the fielder, kshetrajna, and body, the field, kshetra. Sri Krishna explains the discrimination between the field, the body, and the knower of the body, the fielder, as the self, and shows how these two get wedded together through yoga. As the fielder plows and removes the weeds and sows the best of seeds and nourishes to get the best produce, Patanjali has given as asanas to plow the field, the body, to remove the unwanted desires which grow like weeds in the body, disturbing the tranquil state of consciousness. When the body is well plowed, then the seer residing within this field, the body, yields the fruit of emancipation and eternal bliss. If God is Vishwa Chaitanya Shakti, the cosmic energy is Vishwa Prana Shakti, or the universal source of life's energy. Cosmic energy inspires and the aspirations of nature as well as the seer. Hence, I began to understand the importance of conjunction of energy with consciousness in asanas and pranayama, which led me slowly towards the light on life. This is the sixth progressive lead that yoga gave me. Cosmic life force is the breath of all life. This cosmic life divides and subdivides into 5 main and 5 subordinate energies. While practicing asana and pranayama, I have to coordinate these 10 energies with the various facets of body and consciousness as a meeting point so that gladness, harmony, balance, and concord is maintained with parity between the body, mind, and self. Many Upanishads express that energy and consciousness are wedded together and diminish together. If one fades, the other phase also fades. If fullness is maintained in one, then the other also remains full. With these new impressions, I was lifted to the 7th state of knowledge. This twinness of energy and consciousness made me to study the characteristics of the asana and began characterizing the asanas through refinement and reached the state of singleness between intelligence and consciousness in each asana. For this, I had to make successive sequential changes in my practices to observe the distinctive differences by arranging and rearranging the asanas in conjunction with the energy, intelligence, and consciousness to get the single state of oneness between the field, the body, and the fielder, the soul. I have unknowingly and instinctively followed my sadhana, which I later discovered from Patanjali's Yoga Sutra 227, wherein he says that though through uninterrupted flow of discriminative awareness, one gains perfect knowledge, which are of 7 states. These are integration of the body, integration of the senses, integration of the breath, integration of the mind, integration of the intellect and intelligence, and integration of the consciousness, and last, the integration of the self or the soul. I tell you with joy that I began my practice perspiring from the body to align its muscles and joints. From this gross perspiring state, I gradually proceeded through intellectual sweat, along with the inspiration of the consciousness, to align energy flow with the intuitive eye of the self, embracing the remotest part of its frontier, the body, from the skin to the self, and from the self to the skin as a single unit. Now my practices are directly dictated by the core, the seed of knowledge and understanding, and not through the mind, intelligence, or consciousness as it used to be earlier. The right understanding of conjunction took me to the gates of that illuminating, timeless, eternal power, the self, the soul's light on my life to be luminous. After hearing from me these various states of intellectual ascension that took place in me and in my practices, I hope you can rightly guess in what quality the sadhaka should be and what type of sadhana is needed to reach this level. Patanjali categorizes the practitioners into vehement, ardent, moderate, and mild class. Swatmarama categorizes as cognitive practitioners, cognitive practitioners, intimate, and consuming practitioners. Shiva Samhita also distinguishes the practitioners as feeble, moderate, keen, and supremely enthusiastic. By these various classifications in practitioners, you can calculate that the span of time varies according to the efforts to reach the ultimate goal. If one is highly intelligent, then practice of asanas influences the intelligence to be efficacious. I am again emphasizing on the importance of asana and pranayama, as these two are the only means to plow, eradicate desires, and irrigates the body to make it fertile to taste the effect of the efforts in integrating the rivers of consciousness and energy to mingle with the sea of the soul. Similarly, you have to recharge the battery of energy to be of that high level through the practice of pranayama to receive that light of knowledge and wisdom that flashes at the right time as you ripen in memory and intelligence. These flashes of wisdom may come through sight or through vibrational feelings in the form of sound. Thus, my practice of yoga began from the grossest level and moved further in penetrating the most finest, infinitesimally small cells of the body for the self to feel the presence of the soul before their birth and death. This helped me in harmonizing the body mechanism and led me to pacify the power of nature. From this, I learned the reason why so many asanas were invented and discovered for the yoga practitioners to practice, so that each ingredient of the body lives in the stream of virtuous wisdom, devoid of desires and ambitions, devoid of qualities of nature, in order to live and lead a radiant life with freedom, beatitude, and benevolence. This is the true essence of light on yoga, on life's light. I devoted all my time on asanas as we have examples of great people of the past who reached the pinnacle of life by following one of the yogic principles like non-violence, truthfulness, and so forth. Yogi Yajnavalkya reached the zenith through pranayama. So I use my energy and intelligence to find out the greatness of each and every asana. I took the clue from Patanjali, wherein he says in 135, one may attain an exalted state of consciousness by being totally engrossed with a dedication, devotion in his object of interest. Asana being my subject as well as object of interest. This aphorism struck me to my heart. and I practice them uninterruptedly to reach parity in body, mind, and self. Most of the practitioners practice within the frame of their minds, but I went beyond this frame of mind. I interpenetrated in interweaving the life force with the body to the self. As I had to give hundreds and hundreds of lectures and demonstrations, I had to cultivate extrovertism and the skill for exhibitionism and explicitness might have been a reason for my peers to misunderstand and misread my sadhana as physical sadhana. When I am in my practice, doing alone, I am totally an introvert, as I cannot practice with totality without the other components of yoga being implicitly involved in my asana and pranayama sadhana. Without conjuncting all the components of yoga, it is impossible to do asanas independently and distinctly as a unit of its own. Asana is an integral part of the whole of yogic discipline. It only acted as an avenue in directing me on the journey of yoga to experience the wholesomeness and glory of it. This is my yogic journey inward from light on yoga towards the light on life. My Guruji might have specifically initiated me to asana, wanting me to find out the end point in each asana. And as far as my intellectual capacity carried, I am happy to say that I fulfilled this dream by reaching the end of my journey in asana with spiritual contentment, wherein I differentiated between the consciousness and the core of being. And now I do the asanas from the intelligence of the self and not from the intelligence of the consciousness. The seeker in me has disappeared, and only the seer in me directs my practices. As I practice asana daily with a religious sense, many are under the impression or are in the illusion that I may be still a seeker. Please note that I practice them daily because asanas have helped me and uplifted me to reach this level. And if I pay disrespect to this asana which brought me to this level, I am from that day an immoral person. That's why I am doing it. I say that because I have savored the flavor of yoga. You may brand me as an arrogant yogi, and in humility, if I say no, that means if anybody asks me, you must have heard Paul Brunton. Once Paul Brunton asked me, I know that you are the very good Hatha yogi, and I have full trust in you, the way in which you practice and learn. But I want to ask you one question. Have you experienced Brahma? So I wrote him, if I say yes, I tell a lie. If I say no, I tell a lie. So what have I to tell you? Tell me. So here also, if I say that I have savored the flavor of yoga, some of you may call me as an arrogant yogi. In humility, if I say no, then I'm sure that my critics will be jubilant. But my conscience knows. But my conscience knows the truth. Therefore, I follow the dictum, silence. Hence, let me advise you, my students, to practice without arrogance, but with innocence in your head and heart. To begin practice, you need to have some information on the subject, and I have tried my best and explained the ways of searching, removing the errors of discretion, and to feel response and tranquility, repose and tranquility, so that you live in the luster of brilliance of the real self as I am living now. I thank you all once again for your patience in listening to my harsh and rough voice and ask for your forgiveness. Please take note of the best part of my address only and unlock the yogic lock and dress it devotedly with discernment by the key of yogic wisdom, so that the energy and wisdom flow perennially in each cell of your body, mind, intelligence, so that it leads you to live blissfully as I am living in the spiritual empire. May Patanjali's blessing be upon you all, and once again, I thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See this moment of joy. Can we live all the 24s on all 365 days? Then see what the world would be.
Introduced by Mahler Abt, the president of the Iyengar National Association of the United States. The Iyengar Association has been extremely helpful in this conference. All the props and many of the other preparations were handled by Ianus. Mahler Abt.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm honored and humbled to present our revered Guruji, Sri BKS Iyengar. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge several people who have been instrumental in bringing about this auspicious occasion. Firstly, Rodale Press, who's done a beautiful job publishing Guruji's extraordinary new book, Light on Life. Thank you. I'd also like to thank John Abbott, Alana Magal, and Renee LaRose, and the entire staff of Yoga Journal, who's hosting us in what has already proven to be a memorable, unforgettable week. So thank you, Yoga Journal. Let me also acknowledge the senior teachers who have been teaching here, who have been assisting. And also I'd like to expand this by including all of the certified Iyengar teachers who show a great deal of commitment to share Guruji's teachings. And it's in part because of them that many of you now have the opportunity to meet BKS Iyengar for the first time here. So thank you. And I also need to thank the Light on Life Committee. The New York Association has graciously offered their staff and talented volunteers to pull together, design a website, ad, artwork, and pull together a committee that helped coordinate the efforts of the 5 city organizers. And when I say 5 city organizers, Guruji's on a book tour to visit San Francisco, Los Angeles, Boston, New York, and Washington, D.C. And there have been people in those cities who've been working very hard for those upcoming events. So I acknowledge all of you. You have beautiful events planned, and those events are impacting the whole country. So thank you for your efforts. The Iyengar Yoga National Association of the United States is comprised of 13 regional associations, and many of them, all of them actually, are represented here, and not just their members, but their board members. So could all of the people who are on boards of any of those regional associations just please stand up so we can all see who's involved in these volunteer efforts? And lastly, INAUS is a volunteer-based organization. We have a volunteer board, and all of the board members have given extremely generously of their time and energy to benefit our entire community. And I'd like to introduce them personally. So will you please stand? Gail Ackerman. You can just stay standing. Linda DiCarlo. Bobby Fultz. Over there. Steve Hornbacher. Lisa Jo Landsberg. She can't be here tonight, but she's nearby. Mary Riley. Nancy Steckert. Nancy, where are you? Over there. Carmen Viola. Our newest addition to the board, Gloria Goldberg. Where are you, Gloria? Over there. And she's not currently on the board, but she is the chair of our certification committee, Joan White. Thank you all. It's moving the amount of time and energy that you put into this work in Guruji's name. Thank you. So tonight, I'm presenting a program by the Iyengar Yoga Association of Greater New York. They're producing a full theatrical experience to honor Guruji at the City Center in New York. And tonight we'll see 3 pieces, some of which are included in that event. These pieces had their genesis at the event that was staged for Guruji's birthday at the Union Theological Seminary in New York, and again for Gita Ji at the 2001 Odyssey Convention. And the presenters are practitioners and students, practitioners and teachers at the Iyengar Yoga Institute of New York. The artistic director is James Murphy, and his associate directors are Carrie O'Werko and Kevin Gardner. So without further ado,
Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha
ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਹਿਰਮਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਹਿਰਮਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਹਿਰਮਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਹਿਰਮਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਜਾਣ ਨਾ ਜਾਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤੇਰੇ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਕਰ ਲਈ ਪੁਛਾਣ ਤੂੰ ਜਿੰਦ ਜਾਣ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਜਾਣ ਨਾ ਜਾਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤੇਰੇ ਤੇ ਮਾਣ ਕਰ ਲਈ ਪੁਛਾਣ ਤੂੰ ਜਿੰਦ ਜਾਣ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਹਿਰਮਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਹਿਰਮਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰਾ ਦਿਲ ਤੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਜਾਨੇ ਜਾਨ ਮੇਰੇ ਰੱਬਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਦਿਲ ਤੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਜਾਨੇ ਜਾਨ ਮੇਰੇ ਰੱਬਾ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਤੂੰ ਬੈਠਾ ਰਵੇਂ ਹਰ ਵੇਲੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੱਕਦੀ ਰਵਾਂ ਮੇਰਾ ਦਿਲ ਤੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਜਾਨੇ ਜਾਨ ਮੇਰੇ ਰੱਬਾ ਤੂੰ ਹਾਰ ਸਿੰਗਾਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਨਿਖਾਰ ਤੂੰ ਮੇਰਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਬਾਰ ਬਾਰ ਤੂੰ ਹਾਰ ਸਿੰਗਾਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਨਿਖਾਰ ਤੂੰ ਮੇਰਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਹਿਰਮਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਹਿਰਮਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਹਿਰਮਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਮਹਿਰਮਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਮਹਿਰਮਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਮਹਿਰਮਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਮਹਿਰਮਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਮਹਿਰਮਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਹਿਰਮਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ ਰੇ ਬੰਦਾ ਪਾੜੇ ਪਾੜੇ ਨਾ ਦਾੜੀ 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 ਗਰੇ ਗਮ ਗਰੇ ਦਾੜੀ ਦੇ ਦਾੜੀ 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 ਸਗਰੇ ਮ ਗਰੇ ਦਾੜੀ ਦੇ ਦਾੜੀ 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 ਸਾਡੇ ਦਾੜੀ 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 ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰ ਮਟਾਲ ਜ਼ਰਾ ਕਰ ਖਿਆਲ ਕਦੀ ਪੁੱਛ ਲੈ ਹਾਲ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਤੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰ ਮਟਾਲ ਜ਼ਰਾ ਕਰ ਖਿਆਲ ਕਦੀ ਪੁੱਛ ਲੈ ਹਾਲ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਤੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਦਿਲ ਮਜਬੂਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਕੀ ਕਸੂਰ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਨਾ ਦੂਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਜ਼ੂਰ ਦਿਲ ਮਜਬੂਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਕੀ ਕਸੂਰ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਨਾ ਦੂਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਜ਼ੂਰ ਸਾਡੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਜੁਦਾਈ ਮੇਰੀ ਉਹ ਕਮਾਈ ਜਾਣੇ ਖੁਦਾ
And now I'd like to invite Susan Koulis, one of the representatives of the World Peace Flame Foundation, which is based in the Netherlands, to acknowledge the work of Mr. Iyengar and present him with the World Peace Flame. Susan?
It's my honor to present the World Peace Flame to Sri Yogacharya BKS Iyengar. And I would... I'll just say a few words. And if I can... If I can just explain in 2 minutes, very briefly, something of the significance of this flame. This flame was lit in 1999, and it was brought together as the union of 7 living flames lit on the 5 continents of the world by peacemakers representing all the people of their countries with that one intention to create peace. And you might ask, how can one small flame have such a powerful impact? And I think that we're all in the living presence of someone who recognizes and is an expression of how one small flame can have such an impact on all of our lives. And on behalf of all of you, I would like you to connect with that place of gratitude in yourself that is grateful for the teachings that have come through the lineage, that have come through Mr. Iyengar, and connect with that depth of gratitude as you join your hands and thank him for all the work he's done, and thank you for sharing your wisdom, your knowledge, and your light with all of us through your work, through your expression, and through who you are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. First of all, I thank the organizers for honoring me with the lamp of the light on life, which is meant for the humanity to live together with joy, bliss, happiness, and a single human family. They are also working for peace. Yoga also works for peace. And hand in hand, let us work and see that the whole humanity at least laugh in their lives, so that their heart burns like the lamp eternally to enjoy the real beauty of the creation of the earth as well as the creation of the self, for the self to experience the beauty of the nature. Friends, I am touched by all of you, and the yoga ballet was really wonderful. I hope, I don't want it to be called, but still I'd say it's a raga yoga. Raga means a rhythm. So yoga is also, as you saw the demonstration, has a rhythm. And the way they did, their timings. So raga has got rhythm, time, and melody. The asana was the melody. The way they were going to the position is the tala, we call it the time. And the way they presented is a drama, yogic drama, with music and dance. Mixed together is known as drama. I think they did wonderfully well. And I'm sure that if Murphy makes it as a professional yoga ballet artist, he may win the hearts of the American people very soon. It was done very well, choreography was very good. Only my advice to him is next time, when he gives another demonstration, another ballet performance, he has to chalk out the lines so that the rhythm of the body of the all does not get disturbed. So like the waves of the ocean, the movements should be, when 14 people did on the platform, it should be like a single wave with the 14 people. And I hope he will watch again. And when they go into the pose, how to go with a wavy movement so that he can attract the audience applause more. My congratulations to their hard work. They have put a lot of efforts, lot of devotion, and they have done the way they came. Their facial expressions were full of devotion. So with dedicated devotion they have presented it, and we should be grateful for this entertainment which they gave. Yoga is a serious subject, and Murphy made it very light. And I'm sure, and today's demo, which made you all light, probably you may do yoga with an open heart, with that lightness in your body, in your mind, and yourself. I think he has shown a way for you to how to practice tomorrow. God bless them all. Let these artists, in the artistic way also, as I said, let them do as a raga yoga or Sangeeta yoga. Raga is Sangeeta. So they can call it Gita yoga or Raga yoga for ballet's name. And then they can, God bless them well.
Thank you for your beautiful words, Guruji. Now, friends, we have a special opportunity to come up and pay our short respects to Guruji, or pranam. So we can begin, maybe with the first row.
I am so close to you all. Fella, you are all like my children. I don't think prostrations and this are needed. Anyway, if it's your sweet will, I can't say no. It's your love, and I accept your love. God bless you.
I am delighted to be able to introduce Annette Benning, who will be leading the program this afternoon. Annette Benning, you all know as a famous actress, nominated twice for the Academy Award in Being Julia and American Beauty. But what most people don't know is that Annette is a very devoted, long-time student of Iyengar Yoga through some of the senior teachers that are here with us this week. Annette has very generously volunteered to conduct this conversation with Guruji, because she told me that she had not had the opportunity to travel to India herself, and she very, very much looked forward to the opportunity to meet Guruji in person. So, Annette Benning.
Testing, testing. Thank you, John. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I think she's going to announce the second. She's going to announce the order.
Thank you, everyone. Am I on? Yes, all right. Welcome to all of you. Welcome to everyone over in the satellite room. Just so you know, there's some empty seats here for all of you in the other room. And to everyone out there who might be listening or watching on the blogosphere. First of all, thank you to Manuso, who's over there, and John Abbott, Manuso Monos and John Abbott, who invited me to interview Mr. Iyengar. When John said I volunteered, they called me and asked me if I would do it. And I'm very honored, because there are many, many, many practitioners here who are far more experienced and knowledgeable than I am on the subject of yoga. But I've learned so much, not only studying Mr. Iyengar's new book, but in formulating the questions, that I can't feel anything but grateful for the invitation, so thank you. I just really quickly also want to thank all of the staff from the Yoga Journal, because I think they do an extraordinary job organizing conferences, this one very much. And I will also take this opportunity to thank all of the teachers that I've studied with. One of the ways of experiencing the brilliance of BKS Iyengar is to be taught by his students. I want to say thank you to all of the assistant teachers, the people in the yellow t-shirts who've been poking and prodding and touching us and helping us to learn as much as we could from the classes being taught. And thank you so much to the senior teachers for your demonstrations, for your teaching, and for your commitment to Mr. Iyengar. It's been so helpful. So thank you. But most of all, I would like to thank Mr. Iyengar. His teaching this week has been extraordinary. His vigor, his vitality, his precision, clarity, fierceness, sense of humor, and wonderful laugh, and devotion to the subject of yoga has truly been an inspiration. And right now, right here, in this moment, we are going to hear what he has to say. So here he is, Yogichara BKS Iyengar. May I? May I? Thank you, Mr. Iyengar.
Thank you.
I've been asked to ask you not to use flash, please. Thank you. If I may, Mr. Iyengar, I'd like to start by asking you, how important is a sense of humor for a yoga practitioner?
If there is no sense of humor, I think that life is not worth living. The whole world, the human nature is that it wants sense of humor. So we live in sense of humor, and that's the way which one's life gets exhilarated to live with happiness. So therefore I say sense of humor is a must even in a philosopher.
Excellent, thank you. In chapter 1 of your new book, Light on Life, in case you missed it, the first chapter is entitled The Inward Journey. You say this: do not forget the word align. It is through the alignment of my body that I discovered the alignment of my mind, self, and intelligence. Alignment from the outermost body, or sheath, kosa, to the innermost is the way to bring our own personal reality into contact with universal reality. I would like to ask you, how and why did you develop your approach to yoga with its emphasis on alignment and use of props?
You know, when I started yoga, or when my guru also taught me yoga, it was such that they were only saying that you have to do the asanas. And when we asked them for what purpose, the answers were not coming. Just you have to do. Then when I started, of course, as you all know, just to gain health. It took me 6 years to gain back my health. I never got health immediately after 2 or 3 months practice. Though I was a teacher in Pune, I was really an anti-advertisement for yoga. Because of tuberculosis, my chest, even when I was in Pune in 1937, was not more than 28 inches. Naturally, people used to laugh, saying, if you do yoga, you'll be like Miss Iyengar. Then I thought that what I have to do to improve. Chest cannot develop on account of tuberculosis. The very first class in 1937, 1st of September, I was the youngest teacher amongst my pupils. They were all elderly, cultured, and they were all from colleges. And I had not even entered the footsteps of a college, so I never knew the behaviors. When people were laughing at my body, but I had taken the responsibility of teaching for 6 months, because the contract was for 6 months. I said that in order to quieten them, I thought with all their muscular bodies, because Pune is famous in those days for Malkam, wrestling, and gym. There are lots of gymnasiums in Pune compared to any other parts of India. So the classes were from morning 6 to 11 and 4 to 8. The only challenge I thought was not to explain about my weaknesses at all, I started doing with all the classes, though I had no energy, in order to show and tell them that with all your bulky muscles, you cannot withstand the amount of strain or the practice what I do. Come on, do with me, let me see. And that is how I started challenging the well-built bodies with a frail body. Then it started that if I have to, because they're all physical culturists who are coming to my class, I thought, when I saw their bulky muscles, biceps, triceps, calf muscles, thighs, naturally I thought, from the body angle, I'm not going to convince them at all. So at that time it struck me that when I looked at their muscles, I said, see, your forearm is so bulky, but see the shape. I said, your forearm should be like a banana fruit, plantain fruit. You should run like that. Somewhere it is thick, somewhere it is thin. And I showed them about the biceps, the inner bank of the bicep short, outer bank long. So when I started telling them, you're all doing it, though I have no muscles, see, my flesh was as long as the bone. So naturally I could show the pride. See, my length outside and inside are equal. And that made me to work practically on working on alignment of each and every muscle so that the inner bank and the outer bank of each muscle should run parallel to each other in the presentation of asanas. Then when I touch the muscles, when I say evenness, I used to tell them that the muscle should feel the length of the skin, which, because of the bulky muscles, they were not feeling at all, the skin. So that's how I thought I'm 1 inch above them to explain something. And I developed that of aligning the inner bank and the outer bank, the top bank and the bottom bank, how they should be maintained while practicing asanas. That's the first knowledge I got. Afterwards, it took me several years. I was only dependent on that one, showing them that if you do work in balancing the muscles evenly, I said there will be good health. I was thinking only on physical health at that moment. Then when I went on for about 3-4 years, I was teaching just like that alone. And my practices are also like, as you all know today, of what we call Vinyasa Krama. From 1937 to 1943, I was teaching only the Vinyasa Krama of yoga because my intelligence did not present me anything except alignment. In all the asanas, when I do Chaturanga Dandasana, I have to find the length of the inner leg, length of the outer leg should be equal. That's how I started explaining. Then up to 1943, as I said, I was taking Vinyasa Krama. Then the people of Pune asked me, why not you start a remedial class? Lots of people want to learn. When I started, I accepted it, and I started the class. When I took the Vinyasa Krama, they said, my heart is beating, I can't do this. My head feels hot, I can't do it. So naturally, for the remedial classes, I dropped the Vinyasa Krama, and I started devoting my time to trace what their complaints were. And at that time, there was a very famous doctor who invited me to teach in Pune. He had 26 alphabetical titles in medicine. DO, FMS, FRS, FRCS, FRCSE, and so on and so forth. As he had taken the responsibility as a surgeon. He was a physician and he was a surgeon. He took the responsibility and told the public that I am monitoring his work. And if anything happens, he said, I will be treating medically, but I want him to teach. Because he had seen me, my demonstration, in 1936 in the city of Belgaum, when he was the civil surgeon there. He said, being a medical man, I have not found any of these movements in any anatomy. Though I'm a surgeon, he said, it has moved me and I want to teach this in these schools and colleges of Pune. That's why I went to Pune. Then being a doctor, while I was teaching, he used to observe and he used to say, do you know anything about anatomy? I said, my Guruji sent me a raw student, as a raw teacher he has sent me. Sir, I do not know anything. He said, I will be in all the classes for you, and your job is to speak on yoga, my job is to speak on medicine, on the asanas. Then he used to watch me teaching, and as I was teaching, he said, your teaching is also almost identical to the medical science. I don't think there is any problem. But you cannot explain, I will explain. So when I was teaching him, he used to make notes in his medical science, and he used to give talks in public, because he used to arrange demonstrations. Every day I used to give performances in Pune, and he used to speak. And I started getting knowledge from him regarding anatomy and physiology. Through him I learned a great deal. And when the remedial classes started, the classes alone were very hard for me because I never knew many of the diseases. Regarding props, though I did not introduce, the principal of the Ferguson College was a great historian. In 1937, his age was 86. He was suffering from dysentery, and he could not walk, he could not stand, but he was considered as an intellectual person of Pune in those days. So Dr. Gokhale came and asked me, he is suffering from dysentery, can you handle him? I was nervous. This is the first medical case I took. I was very nervous because he could not be able to stand and sit. Then I made him to lie down, what you call Utthita Trikonasana. I turned it to Supta Trikonasana. I used to make him to lie down, move right leg to the right side, left leg to the left side, turn the trunk with my hand, hold this touch. This way I started learning, and I started seeing the movements of the abdominal organs in the Supta Trikonasana, Supta Parshakonasana, Virabhadrasana. All I used to make him do. And fortunately, his dysentery disappeared. And that was the success in remedial cases. Then came a lot of cricketers. That's why the book is asking. The cricketers had a lot of knee problems, shoulder problems. Then I started working because I knew halasana, interlocking, stretching, how they develop shoulders, and how virasana, baddhakonasana, how it helped knees. When I started working, then when they were doing the virasana, the patella or the kneecap were not in shape. It was taking ugly shapes. The four corners of the shapes were not exactly in positions. Then I thought I have to learn the alignment of the joints. Then I used to work, keeping fingers on their head of the calf muscles, inside, outside. If I turn out, what happens? If I turn inside, what happens? I never made them to sit, but only kneeling, I started adjusting to find whether I can turn the patella to face exactly the four corners of the knees. And I started learning the alignment this way. Then it took me many years to learn the alignment of the mind with the physical body. when I used to stretch my arms, that's why so people used to stretch, but only the flesh were far away from their mind. Then I used to tell them, stretch more, stretch more. Then when I used to stretch along with them. All my classes in the early days were not explanations at all. I used to show once, and I used to do along with the class, so that they could see me doing, because I could not express much in words. So I used to do, if they ask me, again, come on, repeat, I will also do with you. So while doing, I used to see the defects in my students. I used to keep it in my mind and go home, why this person is doing like this in Trikonasana, why one foot is like that, one thigh in different directions. Then a homework I used to do. I used to imitate all my students' practices on my own. And which muscle resists, in which position which muscle resists, which muscle cooperates, I went on learning. And that gave me a tremendous idea to give the ideas of how the mind has to be with the action. We may stretch the flesh, but the mind may not reach there. Then I thought, no, unless the mind reaches, the stretch is not complete. That's how I went on learning and learning. Then, when the mind started touching, the corrections were not coming. I could feel the mind. Then I stretch. Now you people do not know, when I'm stretching, you do not know where my mind is. But I can tell you, 1 inch inside, only I know where the mind is going. Whereas if you stretch up like that. So your mind is only on the surface of jarring the skin. So I have to let loose the skin, and then I have to stretch. So this way I went on learning. Then I said, how to find out whether I'm doing well or not. So I had to look. Then I had to make my intelligence. Should I turn this way? Should I turn that way? So this way I went on working. And later, of course, after many, many years, it's not in few years, though at that time there were so many yoga teachers, even what little knowledge I had, people say he was the best teacher. Because I was conscientiously working, and I was seriously devoting my time to this subject only. Then I said, let me make, if my hand is about 2.5 feet, can I stretch my intelligence also 2.5 feet? That means a subtle movement in the inner body. So inner flesh started functioning. When we stretch outside of it. But near the bone, the inner bank of the flesh was not reacting at all. Then through intelligence, I learned that the interior cells of the flesh also can be extended, expanded, contracted. And that gave me that intelligence has to move along with the stretch and contraction. If I contract, the intelligence also should contract only so much according to the frame of the muscle. And that's how I went on learning. And today I have given in Light on Life that how one can reach that. When you reach that you are not doing the physical body, but you are training the intelligence to look at the body and its various vehements of the body, garments of the body. So I made the intelligence to peep into the every pore of my body. And today you have seen also that that's the way I'm teaching now. So I've enjoyed the fruit. For several years it was raw fruit, never ripe. It took me 30, 40 years to ripe. And then in that ripeness, I started cultivating further and further.
Thank you. One of the themes that you circle back to a number of times in the book is the householder's spiritual path. And I'm just going to read you a section, and then I would ask you to comment, please. This is in the first chapter. under learning to live in the natural world. There's a frequent misunderstanding of the journey inward, or the spiritual path, which suggests to most people a rejection of the natural world, the mundane, the practical, the pleasurable. On the contrary, to a yogi, or indeed a Taoist master or Zen monk, the path towards spirit lies entirely in the domain of nature. It is the exploration of nature from the world of appearances or surface into the subtlest heart of living matter. Spirituality is not some external goal that one must seek, but a part of the divine core in each of us, which we must reveal. For the yogi, spirit is not separate from body. Spirituality, as I have tried to make clear, is not ethereal and outside nature, but accessible and palpable in our very own body. Indeed, the very idea of a spiritual path is a misnomer. After all, how can you move towards something which, like divinity, is already by definition everywhere? A better image might be that if we tidy and clean our house enough, we might one day notice that divinity has been sitting in it all along.
You know, in 1936, actually in 1934, Paramahamsa Yogananda was in Mysore. He was the first man who told me, come to America and I will see that you will be recognized by all. So at that time, I was only 14, 15 years old. He saw me because he was the guest of the Maharaja of Mysore and Yogoshala belonging to the royal family. So the Maharaja said, this guest has come, he's a yogi, you have to give a demonstration. We were all there, even Patabi, myself and all. And as I was young, my guru used to make me do lots of backbends. I don't think at that time any of my senior students were doing backbends. They were only good in Shirshasana, Sarvangasana and balance. The rest of the asanas I had to perform. So when I demonstrated, he asked Guruji, please send this boy with me to America. Then my Guruji just kept quiet and he came and asked me. I said, no, sir, I cannot come because I got to only... He asked me so that he said, I can make you a sannyasi. I will initiate you. I said, no, I can't accept I got only one Guru as I have my one mother and one father. So I did not accept his invitation at all. Then after 2-3 years, Swami Shivananda, who saw my practices, said, why don't you come to Divine Life Society? I will initiate you and you can carry on the work. Some or other in my mind, because I was suffering of so much illnesses and relatives sometimes helping me, sometimes cursing me, I thought that we have to live in the family, not to cut off and staying in somewhere as if I'm a holy man. So even for Swami Shivananda, I wrote him a letter at that time saying, sir, thank you very much for your offer. I would like to live like an ordinary man. As other people live household life, I also would like to follow this same methodology. Sorry, I can't have the initiation. Though, till his death, we were very good friends. Though he was a guru for many, for me, he has uplifted me to such an extent, I couldn't call him but Guruji except Swamiji. Then I thought that emotional disturbances are more. Upheavals of life is in family life, not in a sannyasi's life. So sannyasis have no problems at all. They create problems, but actually there are no problems. Then I thought, is yoga meant only to practice when one cannot face the circumstances of life? Then I determined I said, no, when time comes, I will marry. I will also know the upheavals of life and the behavioral pattern of the partner, so that if we can understand each other, we can also talk in the same language to others. That's how I married. And to bring a family through yoga was an impossibility at my time. Today they say commercial. Well, I say that having suffered, I have lived without food for days. I have practiced yoga with tap water for days. That's why people ask me diet. When I had no diet and practice, how can I speak on diet? So, to bring a family life in the yogic line at that time was very, very difficult. So I had made up my mind not to marry till I settle in life. But circumstances, because my guru also suspected that I may not be having a character, that he is refusing to be a family man. So stories started in my family saying he may not be having a character, he's 600 miles away, God alone knows how he lives. For that sake, in order to stop their mouth, I accepted to marry. And dire poverty taught me lots of things. And that educated me that even in poverty, when I was practicing, it gave me a knowledge that poverty is the garland of knowledge. So that poverty made me to work hard to penetrate this subject, and I certainly interweaved my heart and head into each asana, and today you are all benefiting out of it, for which I am happy. Unless and until we understand the human emotion, how can we go towards divinity? Therefore, I married, and I understood the relationship, human relationship, and from that human relationship, can we transform that human relationship into a divine relationship? And that self-ideas struck me, and I learnt a great deal. Though I've said even day before yesterday that I am in white clothes, but I am a sannyasi inside. So this emotional upheaval of people taught me to become passionate and friendly. Though people call me that I am a harsh man, even today, I think in a class I hit somebody very strong because he was not listening to what I was saying. Yeah, parents look after the children, sometimes they beat, they hit. Do you mean that cruel, or it is a compassionate hit? So this also with me, I began teaching, educating my students to come to that level and to accept this as a friendly hit. So this practice went on. When it went on, then when I started developing, I said, who is this one who is seeking for so many things? The seeker is also the subject. The seeker alone also is an object. The seeker is also an instrument. What is this going on? That is how I started developing, that the subject changes into a thing and object makes us to think that there is something beyond this object, so we have to search that. It took me several years, and I realized that the same I is behaving as a seeker, a seer, a searcher, and so on and so forth. That's why I said in the book that the seer is the seeker is the seer. If we realize that it is we who have created the division or barricading the seer is a seeker. And I learned that let me not see as a seeker, let me see everything as a seer. And that gave me the knowledge that there is no difference between physical body, mental body, or spiritual body. You know, this is a glass container. Can you store water if there is no glass? So similarly, this body is a container, and if the container is tilted, even the content inside gets tilted. And that one which tilts the seeker, I hope you understand. So this is known as what we call fluctuation, oscillations and all. Then I learned that if the container is stable, the content inside the container should also be stable. And the content inside is energy, and the other one is a life force. It may be Atma, it may be energy, which I was not knowing at that time. So while doing the asana, how I realized, if the container is straight, the water follows the container. If it's round, the water occupies the round shape of the pot. If it's oval shape, it takes a oval shape. So that gave me the idea that when I'm doing the asana, whether it's Trikonasana, Gandhabirundasana, or Vrishikasana, the container size is the same. The container do not change in the asana. So as the container is the same, though the container I'm shifting, can I make the content not to shake in each and every asana, so that the container and the content are in contact with each other. And that is how I developed that there is no difference between body, mind and soul. And I treated everything as self. How can the self seek? Where is the ambition for the seer? The ambition is for his agents. For the soul's agents have ambitions, but the soul has no ambition. So it takes long time to understand these things. So from practical point of view, the philosophy, I learned that even people say, why are you greedy? Then I learned, on account of my poverty, I learned that the difference between need and greed, we can use the word greed. So even in yogic practices, if I go on adding ambitions, today I did for my tuberculosis, I improved my tuberculosis. Now I think I should build up muscles. I say I will build up muscles. Then what next? No, I should understand what is mine. Is it not? So ambitions went on increasing in the early days of my practice, one after the other. Then I thought, God has gave me to practice yoga in order to get rid of tuberculosis. When I improved my health, I got rid of tuberculosis. Is it fair on my part to go for second ambition? I thought, let me not have ambition. Though in the early days, my practice of yoga is also a mercenary, to be honest. Because I have to look after my family. I have to earn. So it was a mercenary to me for nearly 15, 20 years. But still I did not stop. I continued, and it worked as a mercenary. Mercantile, what you call it, huh? So for me, yoga was a mercantile for nearly 20 years to maintain my family. Then, when I started thinking like that, then I developed the quality of understanding the emotional intelligence. That's why I said 4 chambers of the heart, 4 chambers of the head, which I don't think we will find in any textbooks these days. How it guided me, how I should be friendly to my body, how should I be compassionate to my body, how I should enjoy when the body presents something. And in that level, I learned, not what I am speaking today. Then, when I guide the health, I said, should I show indifferent? Everybody says, be indifferent to the body. I said, no, I should be indifferent when it commands over me, not before. So that's why I use vitarka vichara of the head in order to control the ambitions of the heart. So I went on balancing and continued practice, and I reversed my methodology. Everybody wants to do for something, because at that time students were coming to me, I am suffering from this diet, I am suffering. Even to tell you the fact, I never knew what sex life was at the age of 18, 19, because we have no education in India. A couple came to me and said, suppose I do yoga, can we have a progeny? Can we have a child? Foolishly, after all, I'm not an intellectual. I don't know what happened to me. I said, if both of you practice for 6 months, I think God will grace you a child. I did say. And the husband said, I'm not suffering from anything. I don't need yoga. Because the doctors have examined me, nothing wrong. So it is the defect in my wife. You teach my wife. Then the problem came to me. I said, I have promised that she will carry within 6 months. And the husband says, I will not do. I coaxed him. He said, no, I am perfect. But I want you to teach my wife, and I should get a child. Anyhow, I said, I promise that I will teach, whether both of them do or not, but at least the female partner was ready to do. I continued. Believe me or not, in 6 months, she conceived. No, I said, if I had taken that line, probably I would have lost the path. Still, I will tell you the stories. That's why many people do not know. Then, at the time of delivery, say, God helped me. It was a stillborn child. Then the husband came and asked me, well, you promised me a child. Say, what happened? I asked you to do it. You did not do it. So God honored my word. He gave you a still child. If you had done it yoga, you would have got a healthy child. I escaped by saying that. Then, for your own information, you all know Ajil Palkiwala. His mother had 7-8 abortions. So they came to yoga. Miscarriage. They came to yoga. Then somebody said, Mr. Tarapurala, whom you all read in my books. He said, come to yoga and practice. So both husband and wife asked me, can we have a child? I said, if both of you practice, because that experience I had. So I said, if both of you do, God will definitely bless you. And it was in 1950s. Both of them were coming to class regularly, and they got the child Adil. And that's why you all say, I know yoga from the birth. Then, she conceived second time. I was in England. The doctor said, it's a fluke. Adil's birth was a fluke. It's impossible for you. Your uterus cannot carry at all. Then miscarriage took place when I was in England. Doctors laughed, saying, we told you that you cannot. And later, of course, they will continue the class because of their faith that they got a child. And afterwards, they got 2 more sons. And they got 3 sons. And believe me, afterwards, she went for an operation, not to have children. I said, you are going to get next year daughter, I said. No, I'm telling, because how I lived innocently, though these things happened. Then in 1940, I lost my job. There was a conference, industrial conference in Pune. I lost my job. So somebody asked me, can you give a demonstration for this industrial exhibition? I said, I will give. And because I had only 2 days work, I did it. I thought, somebody told me that if somebody gets interest, if they ask you, would you take private lessons? I said, anyhow, to survive, let me see. I accepted it. I gave a demonstration. And in the demonstration, one of the publisher came and asked me, by doing yoga, can I get a male child? I was not married still. That's also you should know. And he had 3 daughters. And he had 3 daughters. And he came and asked me, can I have a son? And immediately I said, so if you and your wife practices for 3 years, you will have a son. And 1940, I started teaching him. And my marriage was in 1943. And it was in July 1943, my marriage. And he got a son in May 1943. And that's how my faith in yoga went on increasing. But I did not use it. But I did not use that to make money, saying, yes, I've got power. Even today, if you go to Pune, Rasaspet, where I was staying in 1937, there are some Iranian hotels roundabout. And you go there and they say, there is a man sitting in this hotel. Whatever he says comes true. I never knew. What is that? They used to come, sir, can you give me 1 number within 10? I was not knowing at all. Why they are asking? So I used to give number. And then next day they say, sir, we won a lot of money. I didn't know why. How? I said, no, that we don't tell you. What is the next? Can you give me today 1 number? Every Saturday. The races were there in Pune. And Saturday, these Iranians were used to come and ask me, what is the, can you give me a number 1 in 10? And then it spread. It spread. There is a miracle man in this hotel. And there was also American Cotton Exchange in those days. Opening and closing. You know, even today in Share Bazaar it is there. Opening figure, closing figure. And if the opening closing figure was accurate, they were getting, for 1 rupee, if they're correct, they were getting 88 rupees. If opening is correct, 8 rupees. If opening and closing was correct, 88 rupees. So they used to ask me, in 100, give me number. So I used to give numbers. And they used to say every time. Then I said, what is happening to me? And that day, I closed my mouth. I said, I will not give anybody. I know nothing. And that is how I came to a practical line. Otherwise, it was a tempting time that whatever I say is coming true, I would have also said, let me try. But I did not do it. So I took this way. So like this, I think yoga created faith in me to work on my own, to find out, keeping my mind away from aims or ambitions, receive from what it gives to you, rather than you asking from the art. So I followed the other way, And I think you are all benefiting on account of that today. And you can, and one day, you are going to experience what I said now, that there is no difference between the container and the content and the container. Both you will experience as if it is one.
Okay, I'm going to go to chapter 3. The title of chapter 3 is Vitality, the Energy Body. And you discuss, among many things, the 6 emotional disturbances, being lust, anger, greed, obsession,
Yes.
pride, and hatred. Okay, so I'd like to go right to the section on lust. Okay, when I was a young man, I had to fight to keep my integrity. Virtue is an ideal, integrity is a reality. I did not want to divide myself. I'm skipping a little bit here. Later on, when I was married and teaching abroad, I was exposed to temptation. It's normal for women students to set their teacher on a pedestal in any subject, but by that time I was a bit more worldly wise and developed a forbidding manner to keep them at arm's length. My flashing eyebrows and fierce glare came to my rescue. So my question is, you are famous for your flashing eyebrows and your fierce glare as a teacher, and I suspect you use your fierce glare for more reasons than to fend off overly friendly female students.
You know, the man faces lots of temptations in life. And I was a public performer in yoga. I do not think any yogi in the world has given public performances as I have given. And in my, say, 1960s, probably my body had built up so well that it's not a question of muscular body. It was the elegance in the muscles which used to attract lots of women. And being a stage performer, I had these temptations. People used to come. If I did Virabhadrasana, see, I would like to kiss your leg. You do stretch so well. I have not said all these things now I have to say because questions are coming. So keeping that behind, I have returned. What I underwent in my life. And even very rich women who were lonely used to talk to me. At that time, I had also good experiences of lots of spiritual teachers whom I was also teaching yoga. I learned from them that I should not do what they do. So that was the guidance. So they are also my gurus. Because I learned from them that I should not do the way they behave. And as the temptations were increasing as a solo performer and performing artist in yoga, you will not find another performing artist for centuries to come. It was really hard that the temptations were so much, though I had to develop artificial anger. I said, better show little anger so that they get frightened. And sometimes the temptations also used to say, you have no money, why don't you accept it? But then my inner mind was fighting. If I fall a prey, what happens to my practice? I may make a little money, but my subject is going to be died. So better stick to poverty, but stick to the subject, but do not fall a victim. It's all my inner guidance which came. So some youngsters, of course, they were, according to them, some beautiful women, used to ask me, may I come and talk to you privately? So even somebody suffering from something, can I come and talk to you privately? So I used to tell them, I have no special rooms for you. So if you want to talk to me, I will stay in this corner. The others can be sitting there. You come and talk to me so that nobody can say that what happened inside the inner room. I was so much frightful in those days because of these temptations. And these youngsters used to call me for lunch, dinner. So I used to tell them, why don't you call some others along with me so that no stories can come. This is how I saved my life. I saved my energy. And from that, I learned regarding energy. And even today, Ayurveda says we have 7 dhatus in the system. Chyle, blood, fat, bone, marrows, shukra or vitality. These 7 dhatus in the body, according to Ayurveda, gave me a thought of how to practice asanas. And the rasa, rakta, mamsa, meda, majja can be easily known. But shukra cannot be known. The vital power, vital strength, what we call. If there is a vital cavity, that's all they know. But the vital energy moving in the body was very difficult to bring it to the surface. Even the Ayurvedic people say of the 7 dhatus, but Shukra cannot say how it runs in the body. Now, Sthiram Sukham Asanam, which you all by heart and say, that comes only by the power of the vital energy which runs parallel to the skin. Of course, not one student will know today, if I tell you. Do you know that? Huh? Now, I will give such an example. Manusaya, can you do Shirshasana? With your clothes, it does not matter. I will show how the Shukra flows in the body. This is interesting, that no muscles will work in his body. People say asanas means physical yoga. Now nobody will know, because it can't be taught so easily unless you touch that level of sensitivity in the skin and the space between the skin, the flesh and the bone. Now he has done it. Follow? Now, only from here to here, stretch the inner layer of the skin and join the legs. Your flesh are hard or light?
Light.
Can you see now? So this, when I speak of vital energy, I cannot explain in a book, but I can teach. Now you can also say, now again, that vitality has sunk in his knee. Only touch the surface. Only touch the surface of the bone with your intelligence and skin. Only that surface. Do you feel the body weight? No. Now can you see, madam? So that is vital energy, where you have to come to do the asana on a day where you never feel that you have the bulky muscles. Now similarly, I can tell on the hand. Now, just from here to here, touch the energy to the skin. Ask him, is the hands lighter or heavy?
The hands don't feel at all.
That is the third chapter which speaks of. But it is you to trace now. Because it was not at all known to people. So I have given some ideas. Now even here, practically also I showed. But which part, where it is, unless X-ray photographs are taken, I cannot show you that this is the energy part, vital energy part. So vital energy flows in the entire body. That I learned in the asana. Not the vitality is stored in a vital cavity. That's what you know. But I learned that it is not only in the vital cavity, but it is everywhere. That's how I brought that chapter. Now even if you want to do Shirshasana again, still I can show you. Now he will be close to the core. Now it's interesting to know. Because many of you are under the effect because we move the limbs of the body. So it's a physical yoga. What's that energy? If the feet goes back, the vital energy is sunk. If the foot is forward, the vital energy is there, but you cannot catch it. Now, can you see the vital energy in the knee? Inner knee? Do you feel the length?
Of the inner knee? No.
Here, from ear to ear.
No, I don't feel it.
No? Is it short or long?
Long.
Here. Only so much space.
That part feels short. That part is short.
No?
Long.
So that is the vital energy which just worked. You never know. So I come like that. I maintain that vital energy on the knee and I come to pose without collapsing there. Now how to do Shirshasana? Follow? The mind is in between the back of the first lumbar and the diaphragm. Your crown of the head is in the middle. He has to move the diaphragm in such a way that the middle portion of the circumference of the trunk, this area, if he knows, because now the mind is forward, but the head is relaxed. Now I balance the head and brain, heart and brain in one line. Now, don't collapse the sternum. Take this in and inner diaphragm lift up. Ask him whether he can think of any other world, thoughts. No, can you say no? Now he can think. Now, you can see the beautiful girls on the platform, in the audience. And now take this back. And now your mind went in or your eyes went in?
Straight inward.
Pardon?
Inward. Straight
Inwards. So even the audience are sitting, he will not know. That is known as oneness. Now this is a spiritual Shirshasana because even thousands of people sitting, he cannot see. He cannot, because the mind says that if you go, the pose becomes external. So go. Let me be internally. So that is the contact of the core of the being. So the brain, then I told him, is now exactly like the needle of the scale of justice. So I made the core of the being to balance exactly on the stem of the brain in Shirshasana. Now that is Shirshasana. How many people have experienced? How can I express this feeling? Tell me. If words come, I can write it. But I can only make people to experience it. But even I express, they can't get that point exactly. Because no experiences are there. So that means, now when I brought, what you have to learn is, when I brought the stem of the head, exactly on the middle of the circumference of the diaphragm, which is the seat of the mind, so I balanced the stem and the core of the being in a straight, like a thread, holding evenly. And at that time, the body is forgotten, the mind does not exist, only the self exists. So that is Shirshasana, from the self, not from the body. So you have to learn how to adjust the core of the being to balance, to tell you, the middle portion, this is the cup. This is an empty cup. If I reverse it, say, this is the trunk. You may all exist a little inside and outside, but this is an empty place. You do not know the center of this empty place. So in Shirshasana, you have to trace that in all the asanas. Even in Trikonasana, I can say how to do from the self, not from the body. How to do from the self, not from the brain. So this is center, this is the empty cup, this center, everywhere is empty. Even in our chest, you can feel the ribs. You can feel the intercostal muscles. Between the intercostal muscles, the back ribs and the front ribs, can you feel anything? So this is like that, that's what I said. So in that one, you have to trace the middle portion, and the circumference of the torso should be touching the middle line, whether from the side, from the back, or front. You have to measure to bring in that level, then the empty space, you feel the sense of fullness. Then you say it's not empty. And that is energy, because energy is not wasted. You could do Shirshasana again. Even I can tell you what is the waste of energy. No, you have to learn. That's why I'm asking him to repeat. It's for your, as I said, for your good, I'm asking him to do. Now, how to measure that I'm balancing on the core of the being or not? I take this area, only so much. Follow? Now he will tell you that the energy is moving forward. So it is the dissipation of energy. The energy is wasting, which you do not know. Because energy is just like air. You cannot grip the air. So it just moves away as the wind blows and the tree moves, leaves. So similarly, the leaf of the ankle is throwing away the energy. Now, if you observe, I will change. Now this energy should move circularly to this end. You don't see, you are stretching the toes. Art of movement is quite different. Now I will move. Don't do anything with your toe. Take the skin as I did it backwards and open here. Now observe here. This is the middle portion. I take line and I just show this correct Shirshasana. See, now he wants to be on his elbows. That is fear complex. Abhiniveshaha. So even it's not question of death, question of fear to do the right pose. So I took him. Can you see now? Now keep the elbow on the floor. Inflate the triceps. And now come with me back. Take off your body from my fingers. See, you are doing, what do you do here? That's why I said the ankle has to come back. Now I touch him. Take this back towards me. And now what happened to his ankle? It became thin. So he cannot balance 30 years. He has done 30 years. When I correct him, he cannot do it. He is doing like that. Now I will make my leg to move any angle, I can balance. Hook here and take this hook back. Back, I said, you are going forward. Why did you take the foot forward? That is known as Abhinivesha. So I have to conquer this Abhinivesha. He cannot conquer. Now I will touch him. I remove the fear. And now take this back. Went back or not? See, again they play there. Did you see now? So without shaking my bottom foot, can I move this back? That means it depends upon the quadriceps. Let the quadriceps dig into the bone. Now what is the sensation now?
The center of the thigh moves towards the back.
Can you see now?
All of a sudden the load starts to change until there's almost none on the head at all.
And my toe is telling the patient who came on the platform yesterday, his nerves are all throbbing. Okay? How much it is hitting me? Do you feel it? See, that is known as fear complex. So you have to cross that bridge. Then asanas become spiritual. And that is known as saving of energy. Even slight part of the body moves forward. Without your knowledge, the energy is going out of the body. So the asana should be in such a way that the energy should roll within the surface of the skin, not the stretching the skin. You are not stretching the flesh, you are stretching the skin. If you haven't understood, do Sarvangasana somebody. Simple asana. Come. Which asana you want to do? Okay. This is the leg muscle, or this is the hand. This is the hand. Follow? The hand, this is circumference of the arm. Is it not? Gives you an idea. This is circumference of the arm. And when you do the asana, the energy will be in this empty space. So the distance, when you stretch the energy from the bone, because there is a screen, bone. So all the energies from the bone should touch the skin, inner layer of the skin evenly, then only that energy is, though you exercise, you sweat, you do anything, energy is not lost. If there is a slight variation, the energy is dissipated from the system. And that is known as energy control. Now she is doing it. Can you see? Now you see her calf muscle. The middle of the calf muscle is not exactly in line to the arch of the size of the heel, on the front heel. You follow it? And see, the back skin is longer, front skin is shorter. So sense of perception is in the skin. Motor nerves do not give you any knowledge. It is the sensory nerves which gives you knowledge. So if you observe, say the back skin is longer, front skin is shorter. That means the energy from the front is not able to move. It's all shut like a house where all the windows and doors are closed and no air enters in. That is how in the front body the air does not enter in. Whereas in the back body it is overstretched, so the wind is blowing from our frontal body towards the back body and going into the cosmos. Now, you can see the defect now. This is the middle of the knee. And is it in the middle of the knee? Is it in the middle of the ankle? Now, I just observe, now watch. I am not touching her flesh or anything like that. Take this down. And, And now don't shake the leg forward or backward. Lift up the knee. This is, I just now said, this, near the bone, the shukra runs. Near the bone, the shukra runs. Shukra does not give any sensation here. So from here to here, just ascend. From here to here, just ascend. Is the Shirsha Sarvangasana same of what you are doing or different?
Different.
Can you say now? Similarly, they are keeping the hand. Now I say, I change the shukra and keep the hand. What happened?
I feel freedom in my eyes.
No, freedom, that's all they say. I say, do you feel energy stored or energy going on?
Energy bringing out.
Huh?
Energy bringing out.
That is why props are needed. Props are educative. Props are educative, which you do not understand at all. Now, spread your legs. Hold it. Ask her whether she is holding the bottle parallel to the muscles or the back size of the bottle, back bottle has gone up or the front bottle has gone up. She can understand now. I am creating intelligence in her. Which side is up?
The front.
Front, huh?
Front is up.
Back?
Back is down.
And now just stretch the back, hold the bottle from the back without disturbing the front. Just stretch the skin on the bottle. What happened?
My legs are holding the bottle evenly.
Evenly. Can you say now? Now, take off. Touch. Are you holding evenly?
More than I was before the bottle.
That is different. I said, only say it's not. Now, how to know? Now, why I say gross body? Okay, come down. Do this way, they can see.
Head.
Yoga is not as, asanas are not so simple. Now I will test the bottle on the Shukrasthana, which I have explained to you near the knee joints. Come on. Because the flesh could not give the indication. Just, it's not a, it's only plastic. So if you press it, crush. Without crushing, can you touch? Are you touching the front and the back?
Now I am.
Huh? I say, no, you are not touching.
I'm not touching.
See, you are not touching. Because see, bottle. Grip. Now I touch.
Yes, now.
Is the bottle parallel or not? Huh?
Yes, it is.
Now that is why I said use the prop for educating. Now you take the, I am doing perfect. See, the ankle is here, the pelvic girdle is somewhere. Now I keep the bottle, that means Shukrasthana, vital energy. Now stretch the back of the knee, bone. Now is the leg remained straight or it did show forward or it is in the center. Now here also, the energy from here comes down. Some, John, how do we know the asana? From here, the energy moves this way. From here to here, the energy moves down. Then only the legs will be stable. If from here to here, from the neck of the calf to the ligament of the knee, the energy moves down, the energy moves up. So even to spots you cannot trace in the asana. Now she is working a little. Ask her.
Yes.
Similarly, now here, this is the outlet. Somewhere we create outlets. So this is the outlet. So you can see this ankles are parallel. Follow? Now this ankle is down. So I say from here, this Shukrasthana, you just lift. Now see this became thin. Outer ankle became thin. Now do the way in which you are doing. See how thick it became. Follow? Now I said, because this is no disease, but still it is inflated. Now just from here, so this is energy. It's not flesh. I never said, move the flesh, stretch here. I only said, from here to here, you extend the energy up to this point. It became thin. Can you see now? So that is known as asana, how to use the energy in the asanas to get the correct action. Now she can feel that the energy is moving backwards. Huh? Yes. If I take the bottle, it will move forward. That is how you have to learn. Now because of this bottle, the energy does not move, so there is no outlet. So it's only inlet. So that, if you learn this, then you understand when Yoga Sutra says that Urdhvaretas, you have heard the word Urdhvaretas of the rishis. Huh? You have heard the word, no? So that is the vitality which was going out, they used to make it as an inlet, not an outlet. And that is what the asanas teach. How to save the energy. You have not heard this, only you have read Urdhvaretas. Now ask her whether in her 30 years of practice, whether she enjoyed her Sarvangasana.
I enjoyed myself.
For 30 years?
Tremendously.
Huh?
Tremendously.
No, but you ever enjoyed like this, I said.
No.
So that is how you have to learn. And that is the third chapter which speaks of. Because I had added a little more. My friend said, the Westerners, if you pad, they get headaches, so don't do it. Do not pad the sentences. So I had to sharpen it. So I sharpen so that the ideas may come to them. It is for them to think and work.
Okay. So is it possible that it's already after 3? Okay. I'm losing track of time here. I have a watch here and everything. I can't believe it. All right. Okay, so...
That is known as timeless time. The time is there, but it is timeless.
All right, so I will ask you one last question. I'm sorry, it has to be just one more, but I will go to chapter 6, which is entitled Bliss, the Divine Body. Or, it's hard to choose. I think I will ask you this as a final question. In chapter 7, which is called Living in Freedom, you describe the 4 stages of life. Could you please talk about the 4 stages of life?
The 4 stages of life is the learning period, what we call Brahmacharyashrama, Grihasthashrama, Vanaprastha and Sannyasashrama. These are the 4 stages in life. We are all, as long as we are students, when we have not matured in the subject, that is the period of learning. That is why I call Brahmacharya. Brahmacharya has got 2 meanings. Your thought should run in the eternal being known as a self. So your mind, your intelligence, your consciousness should be moving around the Brahma, and that is known as, to learn that stage is known as Brahmacharya Ashrama. When that is learned, Brahmacharya Ashrama, then the Guru used to send the pupils, go back to the world and learn how to live in the world, not with this intelligence, how you can learn by facing anger, greed, lust,
Pride.
Animosity, pride. So these are the 6 spokes of the emotional wheel. Emotional wheel. So go and stay in the world so that you learn and face the spokes of this emotional wheel and come out of that. When you come out of that, that means you have reached a certain state of mental contentment in your life, wherein you are fit to be a guide in the house, as if you are semi-renounced and semi-active. That is known as vanaprastha-ashrama. That means as these sannyasis stay in the forest without any clutches, you have to be in the house guiding your children how to run the family, but learn to be detached, non-attached to the family. When they learn the art of non-attachment, living in the family, then they say you are fit to take sannyas, where you can detach from everybody. So without non-attachment, detachment is impossible. And that's how these 4 stages were built up. In our common life also, you are all now brahmacharyas. Though you are married, in the subject you are brahmacharis. Follow? As a teacher, you become a grihastha because you have a family of your yoga students. Then you train some of your senior students to take the responsibility, and you say, please conduct in my presence. So you have followed the vanaprastha-ashrama. Then when you say that your pupils are very good, you say, please take the class. Now let me devote all my time to learn further on myself, whether I have deteriorated in my sadhana or whether I can make a progress in the sadhana. And these are the stages which have been given for us as to illumine ourselves from this singleness to doubleness, then going back to the singleness in life.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, having heard all our conversations, only one chance I will give for in the audience, if you have got any doubt. One question. Because don't carry, we have finished our conversation, we too did it. But not we with you. Yes?
What is the role of religion in yoga?
Pardon?
Yoga and religion.
Huh?
Religion and yoga, yoga and religion.
You know, there are 2 religions in the world. God made religion, man made religion. Man-made religion have branches. God-made religion has no branch at all. So, if you ask from the angle of the divine religion, what is that divine religion is, we call it Sanatana Dharma. Eternal way of right living. Man-made religion have demarcations. God-made religions have no demarcations. And first of all, religion is not dharma. If you call, he follows the Hindu dharma, another man follows Christian dharma, Jaina dharma, Buddha dharma. The word dharma has no equivalence in any language except in Sanskrit. Patitam, patantam, patishyantam, dharati iti dharmaha. The definition of dharma you will find only in the Vedas, where it says, patitam, one who has fallen physically, mentally, morally, intellectually, spiritually. Patantam, who is in a state of falling, present. Patitam, who has fallen. Patantam, who is in the state of falling. Patishyantam, who may fall little later. That which upholds, sustains and supports is dharma, is religion. So where is the demarcation? And yoga is a self-culture. Self is divine. But the garments of the self, they create divisions in us. The self cannot divide. When we are in sleep, we are all one human being. The moment we wake up, we are millions of individuals. But in sleep, all are one. So that is what yoga says, that Atma, which is pure but tainted by the intelligence and consciousness, remove that taint, you live a divine life. That means you realize the truth. As you realize the truth, so realization of the truth is religion. So it has no demarcation. I hope you understand. So yoga is not a religion. Jati, Desha, Kala, Samaya, Anastittan. He has used Patanjali very well, that it does not belong to Desha. It does not belong to class. It is for all. Self-development is not a religion. Self-culture is not a religion. Self-culture is to go to the state where you subdue the agents of the self so that you are direct with yourself. And the agents are organs of action, senses of perception, mind, intelligence, and consciousness. If these agents of the self are thrown out, then that is true religion. Because you have no color, you have no gender. So yoga fits in to one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Guruji.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Trống.
Thank you.
So we're going to begin straight away with some questions for Guruji.
You're up.
The first question reads, is there a point where the body shifts from asymmetry to symmetry? When the body shifts from asymmetry out of alignment to alignment, where the musculature is properly open or has attained equipoise. Thank you for your generosity.
You know, first of all, when we speak of alignment is a word wherein you have to compare with other things. Otherwise, the word alignment cannot come at all. There are conflicts within our body in the formation of the muscles. So there is, due to habits from childhood, how we tune our body, they take such shapes and loses the alignment, and deformity sets in. That is why I said alignment has to be studied with a comparative knowledge of your own each and every part of your muscle. If you look at a born child, look at their thighs and calf muscle. The outer and the inner are parallel. Whether you take the lower leg, you take the top leg, their muscles, formation of the muscles, all round or even. When they grow, due to the love and affection of their parents, we make them artificially to stand, artificially to move. So the child uses one part of the body more and one part less. And the part which they use, unknowingly those muscles develop, the other one does not develop, and it continues. And how the deformity sets in and how the disease also set into the system. Alignment, from the gross point of view, the bone is in the center of the body. The middle portion are the ribs in the human body. As such, so the alignment means that you have to measure the width of the muscle, the length of the muscle from the bone, whether they are of equal space, equal extension, equal expansion or not. We don't think of the bone at all, but only we think of the flesh. So as the flesh forms, the bone takes that shape. Though the bone is exactly in the middle, it takes the shape. That's why some have bow knees, knot knees. You give lots of names. Yoga, particularly the science of yoga says, evenness is yoga, samatvam yoga uchyate. And only philosophically, intellectually, we translate that word, evenness is yoga. If you observe your own tongue, one side, you will find thinness and the other side thickness. So where is the evenness? By using the word that you get evenness, or you have to struggle to get that evenness because of the artificial habits which parents created in the child. So there comes the asanas where it says each and every part of the muscle, whether it's the belly of the muscle, it's the neck of the muscle, it's the head of the muscle, it's the thigh of the muscle, each muscle, like a human body, can be divided. Neck of the femur, they say. If I say neck of the calf, you may laugh. Is it not? So each part, so the middle portion, they call it belly of the muscle. So you have to, the belly of the muscle is dependent upon the head and the tail. If there is a defect in the tail of any muscle, there is a crookedness on the head. So the belly shape of the muscle is also different. Therefore, when we are doing the asanas, our attention should be the extension and expansion of each muscle, each fiber. You have to study so that you measure, and from the middle, suppose you stretch, suppose the middle of the wrist. If I stretch, I have to feel that energy when I stretch, the feel of the stretch on the floor in full arm balance. What is the width of the stretch? What is the width of the stretch? You don't observe. You are only interested to balance. But in my case, well, it is God's given intelligence for me. He says, what are you doing, you stupid fellow? Look at your palm. So my guidance, inner voice tells me, do readjust. Because the outer palm is not exactly in the middle of the palm. So divide the flesh evenly from the wrist when you do full arm balance, and watch also from the middle, what you call the knob or the mound, which you call it. From the middle mound, then you stretch. What is the distance here? What is the distance here? Am I narrowed? You do full arm balance, you may extend the mound between the index finger and the middle finger. And the mound between the little finger and the ring finger is a dead part. So that is why I brought word alignment, so that you educate through observing that, by readjusting, your intelligence gets enlightened. So that's why I use the word alignment. For me is an enlightenment in my soul, in myself, in my intelligence. So you have to take the bone as the center part of the body. Find out the muscles, whether they are evenly spreading, whether they come in, whether when they move in, whether the distance is the same between the outer skin and flesh to the bone or the inner flesh skin to the bone. Is it even or uneven? You will find very easily that your inner calf muscle is almost lifeless, except in certain sports. You observe a tennis player, his inner leg is longer than the outer leg. Because when they serve, they have to take the pressure on the inner leg. Take a cricketer, he uses the outer leg, not the inner leg. So that's what I said, habits form certain formations in the body. Yoga says nullify, though it is what we call occasional disturbances. Yoga comes and helps you to remove those defects which comes in the other field of actions, so that you correct yourself and neutralize the wrong movements of the muscles. Suppose, come on the platform. Because words will not, no, she should come. I am asking you not to. I will show you the defect in both. Never mind, just come, don't remove it. Stand in Tadasana, face them. She has done Tadasana. Watch the top layer of the lateral part of the thighs and lateral part of the calf muscles. How is that the thigh is going in, calf is out? Is it out or in? No, not necessary. It is visible to me. The cloth, see the shape of the cloth. The calf muscle has pushed the cloth away. And the thigh, at the thigh muscle, the skin has sucked the cloth in. You can see. You can see or not? Yes. Now, is it an alignment between the thigh and the calf? Now, observe. What is alignment? I know that the bone is moving from the middle of the heel to the outer kneecap, outer knee edge. Patricia, are you feeling it or not? Now can you say? Now roll the metatarsals deep in, see the calf muscle, how they go close to the bone. What happened now? So this is alignment. That means I intelligently worked to bring the muscle which was overextended, and I controlled it to get understretched, so that the understretched inner leg got the feed, the blood circulation. So the avenue, stand the way in which you are standing. She is standing like that. So naturally, like the river, which finds the flow wherever there is a less surface, the water flows there. If the surface is above, the water cannot touch here. Similarly, the blood finds the surface on the outer calf muscle. So how can it touch the inner bank? So one side is wet, one side is dry. So one side gets circulation fully, and inside is a drought. So only you know the drought if it happens by season. Do you know the drought in your body? So when I say alignment, this muscle, if you take it, is full of blood circulation. This is drought. It's dry. Drought means land cracks. So here, the inner flesh has lost its power. So that's why I said this portion of the heel touching. And now, suck the inner flesh. And now ask her whether I removed the drought, I supplied the water for it. Huh? Now you understood now? This is known as alignment. So each and every part. Now turn this way. See her shoulder blade. It's bulging to your side, is it not? Huh? No, nothing. It's not a demonstration. Now, when it is, so naturally, water, if it finds a way, the water goes that way. So here also it finds a way, the energy goes this way, not exactly in the inner shoulder blade. Now, I say that means somewhere there must be drought. If this is a mountain, there should be a valley, as I said. So there must be somewhere circulation is affected. Now what I say is, from here, the side waves circularly move towards me without jerking, as I am showing. What happened to the shoulder blade? Huh? You saw that? So this is known as alignment, which you have to study, which you people do not study. So that's why now when I use the word alignment, now ask her whether her intelligence is enlightened or not.
Yes.
Say loudly.
Yes, it has been.
Now, how to know? Now see, here the skin is dropping. Can you see? It's what we call waterfall. The energy falling is like this. That's why the shoulder blade is up. Now see here. I told her from where you have to work, circularly move the skin without touching the flesh. What happened? That means the front skin and the back skin run parallel to each other. That is evenness. She stands like, no, you stand. I just dropped. No, you are stand. Now she stood. See, the skin is dropping down. Here the skin is going up. Then where is the evenness between the skin even? Where is the samyata? Samatvam yoga uchyate. Where is samatvata? So in order to get the samatvata, Lord Krishna has used karmasa kaushalam, yoga karmasa kaushalam. So you have to bring some action in order to get the samatva. So what did I say? The action is here. I said energy roll from the back to the front. Go on circularizing. And you get the level, and this circumduction action stops on its own. When it stops on its own, that means the front body and the back body is even. So samatvam has to come only with karmasu, yoga karmasu kaushalam. So this is kushalata. I hope you understand. And even now you come here. Now stand. Even now you can see his toe. The left toe is out, right big toe is in. Yes or no? Now, has he observed? Even I never looked how he is standing. So I get the feedback. That means my mind has to do two things. It has to think ahead and it has to think back. So that the thinking part of the back intelligence and the thinking part of the forward intelligence have to unite to see that it is in the present. The past movement of the intelligence, the future movement of the intelligence have to readjust to be into the present action alone. Now the toe is like that. Just that one big toe has turned. Follow? Now we see its effect. This side of the chest, that side of the chest is not parallel corner. This is forward, that is backward. Because see, even though he is 30-year student, how the nature did not allow you to improve. Follow? It holds you. It does not allow you to proceed further. Now, just see, I will not tell. Turn the outer nail, inner nail of the big toe towards the outer corner of the nail. Look the chest, what happens? The cloth moved or not to the front? Huh? Did it move or not?
Yes.
Now can you see? Now from that last small toe, how wrong the entire body went up. So the avenue, the circulation is a disturbed circulation. You change the avenue of the capillaries, arteries, so naturally they flow in that one. Now the moment I told him, turn in, the blood circulation has to change. Like the water finds its level, this blood is nothing but water, it's liquid, so it finds its level, it flows. hope you understand that yoga is not just physical yoga. Whoever says that, I say they're all raw students and they want to think that they are very high above the level, but below even the human standard. Because yogis should not criticize anybody. Those who are subhuman, only they can criticize. Because I have been attacked 70 years of yogic practice, and you people have not done even 2 years or 10 years, and what right have you got to attack a man who is doing for 70 to 72 years? It pains me. No, just wait. Now, do you know how many defects are there by that toe? Now, you will turn the other way. Show you this. That small mistake of the toe, you can see. One heel is broad, one heel is narrow. Can you see or not? One ankle has taken a curve, the other inner ankle is straight. Do I look it or you can see? One ankle is down, one ankle is bulged inside, gone into the bone. The other one is exact distance, equal distance from the center of the foot bone. Now, how to correct it? You call that physical or you call it intellectual purge? You follow? So, you have to purge your intelligence to nerve. Now, I will tell him, take this big toe, look at his heel. Take this big toe nail towards the other leg. You have taken?
Yes, sir.
Oh, now see, I will tell him, you feel one inner leg is short, one inner leg
Yes.
is long. Yes?
Yes.
Now, because how much I must have struggled to know these things, appreciate that. Don't say Iyengar is only physical yoga, he knows only asanas. But asana has guided me to experience the ever attentive being which guides me. Now he knew that one leg is short, is it not? Now without disturbing that big toe, stretch the energy towards the back or inner heel. The heel position changes, you can see. Now are you standing on 2 feet or are you standing on 1 foot?
Now I'm standing more on 2 feet.
Now I'm standing on 2 feet. You are all done Tadasana. Have you ever observed that whether you have evenly stood on 2 heels? How many? Huh? Those who lifted the hand, come here, please. Come here. No, you should know. Purposely I'm bringing because I know. You don't take it as an insult, but I'm saying it's a guide. They say they are standing on both their feet, right? There are subtle parts of the feet. They may be standing grass part. Now ask them whether the inner arch is in contact with the floor evenly. Inner heel of the arch, which reaches the arch. Are they touching? Now, what did they say before? I stand on both the legs. Now what happened? The one asked them all the three. This part, this is the arch, this is the end of the inner arch near the heel. Ask them only one side of the arch is alert, the other is completely dull and stupid. All the three. Huh? Now don't say next time, I stand on both the legs. I have to learn. Thank you. That is humility. I never asked them, please come and salute. They learned. First they were sure that we were on our feet. When I showed them, the intelligence became very humble. And they prostrated and went. I never asked them, please prostrate. So nature, this is also a type of nature, intellectual nature, which one has to study. A holy man comes, you may fall on his feet. But I am also a holy man without dress. Because I am without dress, I am a physical yogi. If I come with a yogic dress, oh, he must be a holy man. I am holy inside, but I do not know whether they are holy inside. That is, do it Hatha Yoga Pratipika. Hatha Yoga Pratipika says by wearing a dress you cannot become a yogi. Please note all those things. Come on.
You have to stop using flash photography. Sir, on page 86, 87 in Light on Life, you mention a partner must do whatever they have to in order to bring the other partner along.
Yes.
Question is, if one has tried repeatedly with no success, do you keep trying?
It's an emotional question. It's not an intellectual question. Fortunately, I'm married. I was married. So I can answer this question. But I don't think a holy man can answer. Follow? Before we get married, in our country is different, in this country is different. Both partners get together. And they are very happy. And they say, let us get married. Then what happens afterwards? How is that close attraction, closeness of attachment? How is it break later? That means a married life is a life where you have to balance with the two different minds. If we cannot balance within two different minds, how can we think of peace in the world? When two partners cannot find peace. So, if that partner who has asked me the question wants that the other partner should act according to this will, and the other says, I don't want to follow your will, you also follow. You follow my will, but you don't want to follow me, why should I follow you? That's the friction in a family which comes. But before that, how? After I got married, in our countries we don't have days. It's only by chance and the marriage takes place. And what you call engaged marriage is not an engaged marriage. We look at the face, we look at them, and then we say, do you like it? If they say yes, like it, all right, the marriage takes place. It's not an engaged marriage, as you people call it. When my would-be wife came to see me, because I have to connect it, I was not willing to marry because I had not any position to feed even a second person when I could not get meal for me. So I was hesitating. I said, no marriage. Why should I make another person to suffer by entangling myself with marriage? I used to play always games. I never used to take shave for months at that time, saying by looking at my beards and mustache, people, they may not like me. So the marriage may drop off. I continued. And when would-be girl came, I was told that she came at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I avoided to come home. And I came in the night at 9:30, thinking that they must have left. But to my fate, the girl was still waiting, in a strange house, no friends, nobody. Then it struck me, probably God has insisted her to stay, that I should not say no, because a woman has waited for 12, 13 hours at a strange house. So I immediately said, if she likes me, I don't mind marrying. Then I married, Then, being an emotional question, I spoke to my wife after the marriage that this is my way of living. You have to adjust, or if you don't want to adjust, you have to leave me alone, do what you like, I do what I like. I said, please tell your weakness, I will adjust. And I said, this is my weakness, you have to adjust. And we accepted it, and we lived peacefully for 30 years. This is how the family life has to go. So give and take is the secret of married life. Thank you.
Most of us do not have access
Pardon?
to most of us do not have access to a horse or a trestler. What should we do instead?
My friends, you people cannot say that we haven't got it. You are in poor country in India. We use even rough wood to practice. Even if you have got house, there are 2 poles in olden days, is it not? Have you seen old houses where they were keeping the pillars, even in your countries, to build a house? So yogis were using pillars. In between 2 pillars, is the hearth. If you have no hearth, you have got the wall. Now you come here. Say, for example, Trikonasana. Now stand this way. Face this way. Do Trikonasana. Now, this is a horse, Tresla. Murphy had beautifully choreographed, the horse. Now,
Kevin Gardner.
this is the wall. You have no horse. Go against is the wall strong? I'm
Yes.
not sure.
This one's paper.
And then what have I to do? Come here. Now, don't bring the foot close to the wall, because feet is short, feet is small, chest is.
Broad.
So you have to adjust the distance according to your chest, not to your foot touching the wall. So touch your chest to the wall, and then adjust the leg in line to your chest. Now, this is the wall. The wall is your guru. You touch the corner of your thumb, just somewhere, or you can stretch and hold it. Touch. And now, you hold the chest, the sternum touching the wall. Is the pose good or not? So if you have no horse, you have a wall. And now do the other way. Face that way, face him, face them. And now go. Now he's touching the back of the buttock. Is it not? And now touch here. Press this. Roll this hip, pelvis to touch the. Have I not used the platform as a horse?
Yes.
So you have to think. Now come here. Come here. Just lie down. Sit at the edge. Go up, go up. Go up. Buttocks on the edge. Where's the buttocks on the edge? I have no Viparita Dandasana box. How am I to do? The second question may come, I do not know. What did I do? All these things you have got in your house now? Now come up. Come up. And keep your chest on the first. Go down. The head touches. Slide your chest. Move the head there, don't worry. Did I not do it Setupan Sarvangasana? You want a Setupan bench? So, these are all 5-star props. This is a poor man's prop. Now come on, see there's a platform, go there. On that side. Shetavansaranga. Legs on this side. Just slide on. You have got a mattress, is it not? You have got a bed. You have got a cot. Can't you use two bolsters on the cot? You sleep on the cot, sleep on the cot, putting the bolster down and go to sleep. You follow? Now come here and sit on the top. Here, face this way. Face this way. And feet on the floor. And now legs straight. Paschimottanasana. No, don't catch it all. Just move the hands like a river. Make it to flow. Okay. This is easy, or to do on the floor is easier.
This is easier.
Now can you see now? You say, I'm stiff, I cannot do it. What have I to do? So this is the easy way, because the socket of the hip has got space because of that angle. So you bend from the socket of the hips easily. On the floor, sit on the floor. See, the hips cannot work. It's locked. There is no freedom. So he has to struggle from the waist. It's from the waist only, but go on the top. Can you see it is from the back of the thigh?
Lower down.
Now the other way. Floor, sit on the floor. You can't do Navasana. Go up, go close. Enough. Stretch your leg. No, hands on the floor. Lift your heels up. Okay, Navasana. I can't do Navasana independently. You can do Navasana. And unfortunately, my own colleagues, peers, Iyengar uses only props. Do you mean to say that all have got abdominal strength to do independently? Show me in one asana in light on yoga except Sarvangasana. Have I used the props? No. Then why this name has come? Iyengar used only props. The light on yoga came before the props were invented. Why I invented these props? If I be 90 years old, can I be able to do the asanas or not? I can do even Kapotasana. Do you know that? But you cannot do it. You do not know. You do not know in what way I use the prop, I can do Kapotasana. So I have made the future plan if I have to live 120 years. Even on the 120 year, I can do Kapotasana with support. I am happy to say, no, I am very old, I cannot do it. I said, even with support, I am doing it. That's how I... So how many ways I have shown? Thank you. Why did you move that?
Because so they could see.
I see. Thank you.
Can the spine be made flexible, as in back bends, when starting yoga at an advanced age, 70 plus years?
I'm 87, I'm still doing, sir. Secondly, do you mean to say that, even spine, when you speak of the elasticity of the spine, when you do back bends, spine does not become elastic. Only certain parts of the spine becomes elastic. Which part works in back bends?
From your instruction yesterday, the side.
Not my instruction. Forget about it. Commonly. Come there. Okay, hands on your back. Now curve back as much as you can. Spine is longer, right? You have learned. You think it's a spinal extension, right? Now he's standing. Observe the posterior spine. Curve. Is the posterior spine extended or narrowed? Can you say how you do not know? You put a question, back bend, say, extends the spine. It is posterior spine is contracting. Anterior spine is extending. So what knowledge have we got in yoga? So when you do back bends, you strengthen the anterior vertebrae of the spine. Follow? When you did forward bend, they're there. There. Do. Posterior spine elongated. Do you know how, even though Light on Yoga is a guide, except in Yoga Journal where you get people are presenting my poses. Fortunately, now all the books you see, they bang their head on your knees.
Yes.
Now come on, making the back dome, and they call it Paschimotthana. Tana means extension. Paschima means western part, what you call posterior part, back part is Paschima. Now, is it do the pose which you find in the book. Is it an extension or contraction? See how much the spine you have contracted, and we use the word. And what did I learn? When the name gives the word Paschimotthana, extensive stretch of the posterior spine. The literary meaning even we do not follow. We just say, they do according to as you can. Like the vertebrum, when it wants to move, it contracts the spine backward. Your Paschimotthana is like that. I'm giving an example. Earthworm, when it goes up like that in order to move forward. So your Paschimotthana is like that, not to going forward at all. You just go on crumbling your spine more and more. And you have to learn this is correct Paschimotthana. That means now people hold your foot, I tell you. Now what you do, when you pull the back side of the trunk to do Paschimottanasana. That is not Paschimottanasana. Holding the foot, which is a gripper, your energy has to move from the heel towards the head. The energy has to go on circulating from the heel to the head, from the foot to the head, like that throughout. Then only the back will come forward. So the very name, you have to understand what is that this convey. Name of the asana is enough for you to know that if you move just keep the head, it is not Paschimottanasana, it's Purvottanasana. So these confusions, please learn. And now come on. So back bends gives extension to the anterior spine. Forward bends gives extension to the posterior spine. Come here. Now Ardha Matsyendrasana. It's not a lateral movement, just as we say, lateral movement of the spine. Here, the lateral muscles of both the spines of the vertebra has to be kept parallel in rotation. Adjust. Now see, the spine has to be adjusted, not just rotating my rib and I have done the asana. But is my ribs space between the right side of the external vertebrae and left side of the external vertebrae, have they maintained the same space in the lateral movements of the asana? Can you see? His eyes have gone in. Follow? That is meditation in the asana. Hey, turn that way. Now let them see. No, this way. Hey, sit on this leg. Change the leg. Do. Just show your eyes to them. Look at his eyes. Vision. How the vision changes. Now he is looking at you. Follow? And now do the pose. Adjust yours. No, do the poses. Now many of you are doing the same way as he is doing. Follow? He is not doing Tadasana on that foot, my friend. Perfect Tadasana. Don't take the foot in. There the foot is. What you have to do, you have to roll the buttock towards this buttock. Yes. And now, by that Tadasana comes. See how much intelligence is needed? You want to, now turn. Now after turning, follow your spine. And now you try. Because it's still a beginning pose, so you won't catch there. You did. And now how to know? Yesterday also, from the eyes you can correct, from the sound you can correct. Now she is doing Ardha Matsyendrasana. Watch this sternum. The right side is down, left side is up. Yeah, are they parallel, right and left? No. That means the sternum will tell you your spine is wrong. You need not say, I can't look at this spine. So as the right side of the sternum is down, now lift without this, just lift the right side of the sternum towards your head. Ask her whether the spine adjusted or not. Or she struggled to adjust, or it adjusted.
It adjusted by lifting the sternum.
Pardon?
It adjusted by lifting the
See,
right
it
side.
adjusted. This is how you have to know. When I use it, I say I'm adjusting. But I do something and I find what adjusted, then I did that. So that means intelligence has to flow, forward and backward when you are doing it. But you are only interested. My finger has to be straight. You are only there. What is happening, you do not know. Now, like all others, try. Stretch your arm straight first. Yeah, no, before you come to asana. Where is the arm? Before you do the asana, how do you take the time? How do you teach your people? Now see, you go straight like that, is it not? Then you come to this side.
Sometimes.
Do you tell about sometimes? Do you mean to say all beginners can take to this side? Can anybody take to this side?
No.
Raw student?
No.
Huh?
No.
So yeah, for a beginner, what does he do? He goes straight.
Go straight.
He does not bring the hand here at all. He takes that side. Your middle finger should face John. Now push you towards John. Go close to the hand. And now what happened to your shoulder blade?
Went in.
Huh?
Went in.
Then leave the hand. And now you showed like this. How did you do? Yourself?
I did this.
And then your shoulder blade moved?
No.
Did you learn?
I did learn.
Huh?
I did learn. I have to be a beginner.
Now that is where this is known as platform comes. You do not know what you did to learn and how you forgot the way you came to learn.
Yes.
So when she moved a hand to John, the shoulder blade, how much release came. And now take that way. Now you have seen her pose now. See her chest, see her ribs, chest box. Now take the hand to John's side, straight. And then go with that as though you are going to hit John. And then take the hand. What is the shape of the chest? Changed or not? So this is how the transformation takes place. Patanjali, kamanyatvam parinamanyatve hetuho. Every krana of the karma has to be studied. If I do like this, what happens? If I do like this, what happens? So the transformation of each action has to be imprinted in your head in order to proceed further. We don't proceed. Oh, I can do it, that's all, I am satisfied. So satisfaction means stagnation. It's not a joy, it's a stagnation. You have put a screen to your intelligence. Now, for example, take the hand straight. Now see, touching your leg. Touch John as if you are going. Now she is doing. Don't shake, touch there. Touch your leg and remain there. Now, how I will send the energy further, say. Stretch your front skin of the palms. Now, how far it went out? Created space or not?
It created space.
Now, if there is a space, there is a possibility to move. If there is no space, how can you move?
It's hard to move.
So that is how you have to learn. Now she has done it. Now, the ring finger is completely lifeless. Except the ring finger like the index finger, so still the hand became longer. So this is how to expand your intelligence in the body. It's not question of she is doing better. Is my intelligence, which comes from the core, or from the head or from the heart, has it touched up to the end of my nail? Now see, it is touching. And at the same time, where it is not touching, it is not touching her back elbow at all. So, what you call, it's not a river.
It's a brook.
Huh?
It's a brook.
It's a brook. So I make the elbow in so that the brook is broken and energy flows like a river. Now see, the hand is different. So how intelligence do not, your own intelligence is your enemy. That's how you have to learn. In Gita, Lord Krishna says, yourself is the foe of yourself. Yourself is the friend of yourself. What does it convey? So here the intelligence is the foe, enemy, because it is not telling the elbow, please act with me. Now, understood? Now when you turn, come on, do the asana. Some mistakes come there, nobody will know. Did you know what happened? Huh?
No.
Now that's the beauty of that. Now again stretch the hand like towards John. Maintain that, watch your elbow, how far it is from your shoulder. Now you do the pose. Has it become short or long?
Long.
Long. First time?
Short.
Can you see now? How the intelligence shrinks so fast. So how much awareness is needed. So when you turn it also, full asana. And now straight. What happened to the elbow again?
It got short.
Get short. Can you see now? Second to second, the nature takes you to the wrong side. And you think you have done it. So intelligence has to question that, why did you do this? Elbow, why did you went back? Now, she has kept, now I take without releasing the hand, I will bring the elbow where it should be. Extend your thumb further. Watch your elbows. The one which is catching. That thumb should be, no. Why are you moving all the fingers? I only said, make the thumb long. See, the elbow comes down. Came down or not?
Yes.
Now see the sternum parallel to each other. Spine is parallel to each other. Now leave it. So this is how you have to study asana. So here I have shown how to create space in each vertebrae. If this is one vertebrae, this is the second vertebra of the spine. So you have to study this end and this end should run parallel to each other. What space you have here, you should know how much space you have to keep inside the disc, outside the disc. They should be of even length, even space. And that is known as the health of the spine. Otherwise, it's not the health of the spine. Okay. Now we understood?
How can santosha be practiced?
Santosha cannot be practiced. It has to come from within. You know, santosha is a culture of the mind and intelligence. When the culture, that means refinement, sensitivity is intelligence. If the sensitivity is very sharp, it leads automatically to contentment. Only a stupid person is contented. And a saint is contented. But not the middle intellectual people. In between, the saint and the dullard. Follow? So, this serenity, contentment of a dull person, stupid person, is a tamasic contentment because he has no light. But he is happy. But a man who reaches the highest state, sainthood, because he has illuminated his intelligence. His intelligence is illuminated. So he has that sattvika guna, illuminative contentment. Here it is not illuminative content, that is illuminative content. That's all the difference. In between, we are all discontented because we are not touched. So in one of the, in Ashtadala Yogamala, I have said, you have to learn how to live in contentment in this contentment. How to adjust our mind and intelligence to feel the contentment even in this contentment. And then you will know what is real contentment.
The sutras say that memory is an unadulterated teaching of words and action, but memory is often distorted and inaccurate. Can you explain this, please?
According to Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, because people say, I am not creating. If memory is a friend, as I just now said, memory is a foe. Memory, we have to use it in order to progress, in order to educate ourselves from where we have stopped. Using the memory as a central point, can I proceed from where I left yesterday's memory? Using that yesterday's memory, can I evolve further from what my memory had imprinted in yesterday's action? Then that memory is a friend. But if you stick to the yesterday's experience and want to do the same today, and if that does not give you the action, you say, I don't know, I'm very unhappy, I did not feel that experience of yesterday. And that is the foe of the memory, foe of you. But you have to say, never mind, yesterday's memory is imprinting on my mind, saying I did not experience what I experienced yesterday, but forgetting that, what did it give me new? Forget the yesterday's experience. But what are the new things? It came into me in today's practice. Then if you recollect, then you find the link of the memory which it taught you and showed you the progress. So Patanjali says, Smriti Parishuddho Swarupa Shunya Vartamatanirbhasa. That is about Samadhi when he speaks. Smriti should become ripe. When the Smriti becomes ripe, there is no memory. Smriti means memory. So as there is no memory, there is no mind, then the intuition begins from that day. Till then, we are dependent on memory, mind, intelligence. The highest state, he says, the memory has to drop on its own. Means it has to become totally ripe. When the memory is totally ripe, the mind is totally ripe. And both are ripe, so they have no other function to do. Then Patanjali says that now, he says, Atma Prasadaha, Adhyatma Prasadaha. Now the Atma begins to show you, to guide you, to show how you have to do. So you should know how to use the memory. Memory is a friend, memory is an enemy. Use it for evolution. Do not use it for contentment. Just the previous question. Yesterday's experience, you are contented, you want to live in the same content, in the same experience, and say, I am contented. So you have built a screen in you not to proceed further. So use memory as a thorn, as a prick, for your intelligence to grow better, for your intelligence to become sharp. Good questions, huh?
Yep. What is the root cause for depression, and how can yoga help?
Depression is also a mental disease. Dukkha dharma syangame jayatva shvasa prashvasa sahabhuvaha. Patanjali has clearly given this symptom of depression. They are the cause, they are the symptoms, they are the effect. All the three he explains in one sutra. Depression is dukkha. So the moment you get depressed, your mind becomes weak. Second stage is daurmanasya. Mind becomes weak. Because the mind becomes weak, the stability in the body disappears. What you call nervous breakdown, they call it. Today's language. Today's language in nervous breakdown, Patanjali's time is body shakes inside. And he says, the fear comes because the breath becomes heavy, inhalation, exhalation becomes heavy. So the fear complex sets in. So he shows, try to work from the labored breathing to make it little controlled by you, so that the moment you learn, normalize the breathing, you develop stability in the body. Through stability, the mind becomes stable. Because the mind becomes stable, dukkha turns into sukha. Reverse the sutra, the answer is in that reverse sutra for you to get out of the depression. Depression comes from the subconscious mind, not from the conscious head. That's why it is an emotional disease, because subconscious mind is in the seat of the heart, not the physical heart. So that's why when we do the asanas, our mind should be to work on the emotional seat, which are the asanas which fit in to open the subconscious mind. Now, come here. Anyway, just to show. Do Paschimottanasana. Is the subconscious mind, which is the seat of the heart, is it narrow or long?
Narrow.
Narrow. So this asana means that I am increasing the depression in him. Follow? Because the sternum has caved in. As the sternum has caved in, mind has caved in. So you have made it as a storehouse of depression. Sternum is the storehouse of depression, so you contract, you create, and the fear complex comes to him. Now, is there a big brick?
Yes.
Yes.
I will tell you the names of the asanas which you should do later. And just lie down. He is not a depressed person. And now he is doing Shavasana. Watch his sternum. That means subconscious mind has sunk in, because sternum has sunk in. What we say, the inner mind is the expression of the outer body. Similarly, the subconscious mind is down. Now what I do, get up. On the sternum, behind the sternum, I keep a brick and wait. Careful. This is for your head. Drop the hands. What happened to the sternum? Now, people say do breathing, deep breathing. Follow? Have I told him to do deep breathing? This is just has gone to the vastness or not? Has the chest fully opened or not? When the chest is opened, so empty capacity, I said, is useful. So I made the lungs empty for the breath to occupy space more, without asking him to do breathing. If I am suffering from asthma, how can I say take a deep inhalation? Poor man cannot exhale at all. And is that the way? That means the person's work yoga from their head, not from their heart. So when I have to think emotional parts, because I teach from the heart, not from the head. How I teach from the heart? I see the weakness of the person, then I change my technique. You work from the head, and so that's why you do not know the heart. Emotional intelligence you are missing. That's why that question came. Why the partners we are fighting with each other? That is, you are living in an intellectual level, not on the emotional level. You follow? Now, do Purvattanasana. Go down. Here, head here.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Supported.
Now what happened to the emotional center? So depression means subconscious mind has gone still subconscious, down. So first I have to awaken the subconscious mind to surface. On account of this, the head conscious mind is the head, subconscious mind is the seat of the mind, heart. So here, the subconscious mind is above the head. So I am feeding the subconscious mind because the conscious mind is kept quiet, no what you call thinking now. All thinking comes from the heart. So head, These are some of the asanas like that. They make it silent. Now take Viparitandasana. Take a chair if you have got. No, come here. Don't sit here. You are no legs that way. Lie down. Just do a drop. Enough. Now, is the subconscious mind above? Conscious mind is above. Conscious head is down. So it cannot function in Viparitandasana. Somebody gave a brick for his head. Give it. Vertical. Now ask him whether his brain is doing Shavasana or not.
At peace.
Huh?
I'm at
Head
peace.
is in peace. Chest is active or dull?
Chest is active.
Can you see now? So when the chest is active, that means your subconscious mind has come to surface. So it touches the inner layer of the skin. So in depression they go like that. So what do I do? Yesterday also, store also the chest. See the chest, side chest, very broad. Now here what happens? Subconscious mind is above, conscious mind is below. So because the subconscious mind is above, it dictates the term and it makes, that becomes conscious, the brain I have made subconscious. That is a kramatmana parinama. What type of parinama it takes place in the krama of your karma. In each asana we have to study. We don't study. And now come up. Give me your hand.
Okay.
And now do Setvan Sarvangasana. Again see, subconscious mind is above, conscious mind is down. So now this is all emotional process. It's not intellectual process. That's how you have to differentiate. What are the intellectual poses? What are the emotional poses? What are the physical poses? What are the asanas which you have to work from the bone? What asanas you have to work from the capillaries? What asanas you have to work from the cartilages? Each asana has got different, definitions. But unfortunately, nobody works. And then call Mr. Iyengar is the prop. I have no guru. So I converted them as my guru. So they are my gurus. That's why I respect them. Because they taught me lots of things. Now, because I did, suppose I ask a person, a depressed person, to do Setvanasana independently on the floor. Can he stay half a minute?
No.
Now, how long he can stay now? He can go to sleep. So I'm naturalizing by support, I'm naturalizing the pose which is artificial when you do independently. A forceful asana, I have made it as a passive asana. So hope in future you understand the value of these things. If, for example, my good friend has no knee. Yesterday you saw her, I took her Virabhadrasana C. That's my courage. You saw her, I took her Ardhachandrasana. Can any yogi come forward and say, I will take you? So that means I have studied each asana, each part of the bone, how it has to work. She has no flesh. So Ardhachandrasana cannot be done by flesh. Do Ardhachandrasana. I'm giving, this also educating. I'm educating you people. Not only I'm answering, I'm educating you. Keep the hand on the platform. Do it. Now everybody stretch the muscle. Keep the muscles passive. In your leg, this asana cannot be done by the flesh, it has to be done by the bone. From the ankle, from the middle of the heel, up to the hip. Here also only stretch the bone. And now what happened there? Is the muscles in contact with bone or not?
Yes.
Do with the flesh, see how crooked it comes. The heel went somewhere, buttock went somewhere. So which asana has to be done by bone, which has to be done by flesh? You people do not know. You ask me, I'll give a picture. Yes, this has to be done like that. How many years I must have done, how many thousands of times I must have done Ardhachandrasana to learn what is the right action. Now he has done it, now do it. Now see, the pose is wrong. For you he is correct. See the foot. Foot is parallel to the wood. Bottom foot. top foot is not parallel to the wood. Now here he is adjusting. Can you see now? So is it a guru or not now? Touch the wood correctly, the lateral part of the leg? Without shaking, you can turn the groin towards the head. Then say parallelity came. That is samatvam. Bottom foot, top leg, or even an even stretch. Samatvam yoga uchyate. Do you study in Ishasana like that? Now he is doing that leg. Follow now? Now see, I change that leg. Base of the big toe nail. Move into the heel. Energy, not you. No, he is moving the energy from the base to the tip of the toe. He hit back this energy to the metatarsals, to the heel. And now what happened? Definition came in his foot. Can you see now? Each part separated. That is how you have to study. And now come down. Now these are the asanas. You do full arm balance. Can you? Somebody can take me out of the water. Come here. Or here, come here. Somebody come. Hey, do from the floor. Yeah. Now, how to know a person is depressed or not? You people do not know, is it not? Tell me. Only you say, he says, wait. Still wait. Do you know what happens to a depressed person? Reactions on their body, somewhere, I don't tell you the name. There are reactions for depressions, which expresses that he is a depressed person. Without asking the person, are you depressed? Or the person coming to me saying, sir, I'm depressed, can you show me? Without seeing, I can say that he is a depressed person. How? Not at all. That's all external. Because I have to think about the behavioral pattern of the mind and brain. Which part of the eye? The person answered is close, but self-study is not done study. It's a guesswork. Not to say, confidently to say, yes, it is the eye. But a guesswork, let me see whether he accepts or not. Because the way she said, eyes, the sound of her statement gave me, she's guessing. Eyes, that is direct. So psychological way of studying also I'm teaching you. And now take his full arm. Face that way. Face that head that way. Do. He has done probably 30 years, thousands of times, full arm balance, right? Yeah. Now, for a depressed person only, how full arm balance has to be done? The outer edges of the corner dilate and open, and from the outer eye do the asana. Create space. And now come down. Stand and say what happened to you. No. What happened to the brain? It becomes, is it dullness gone or?
The dullness is gone. There's still a
Wait. Where is my friend John? No, not this John. Schumacher. Take off that. Now, turn this way. Look at his outer edges of the eye. These two corners. They are narrow. I give you, because he also knows. He is little down intelligently. He's not depressed. I'm not saying that he's in depression. But what quality of a depression person has, that quality is in his head a bit. Are you completely fresh?
No.
Can you say?
A little sleepy.
That's. Don't say that because I said sleepy. Tell the truth.
No, a little dull.
A little dull. Can you see now? Now, taking its full arm balance. Now what you have to do is, you have to, when you do full arm balance, you have to open like this, stretch here, these two ends. See, face them, right. Head up, that way, the other way. Move the extreme lid of the eye towards your temples and ears. Look through the eyes, your ears. If you can see, say for 1 minute. Go on moving the eye. Don't change don't think anywhere. Can I dilate my corner of the eyes, outer corner of the eyes? Maximum. It's not even 1 minute, 20 seconds. And now come down. Whether even 20 seconds he had the effect or not, ask him. Yes. What happened?
Right.
Can you see, sir? And take elbow balance. Yep. Same way, open your eyes. Oh, he's a moneyed man, huh? Move the outer edges of the corners of the eyes, opening up to the ears. Now come down. 10 or 12 seconds. Ask him. Yeah.
Still more.
Can you see now? Kamanyatvam parinamanditve hetuhu. What a beautiful sutra he has given. All these people are here, not one observes. So slight change. I change the krama of the karma. The sequential action. I changed it a bit. And see the difference it made. Now do Urdhva Dhanurasana. I will make him still fresh. Let it be, it does not matter. And now touch your toe against the wood. Now nothing happens, you do the pose. Now, from your eyes, outer eyes, look at your back of the knees. And then stretch. The eye should go close to the back of the knee. Do not look up, but only towards the knee. And now come down. What happened?
Still brighter.
Huh?
Still there's a lightness, a space there.
Now this is, because he's an advanced student, follow? So all cannot do beginners. Come here on the platform. Keep that stick in it. Put it there on there. Now lie down. Go forward. And now straight leg. And lie down. And now halasana to paschimottanapaschimatana 10 times you do it. Fast. Take the hand over the head. Also hand over the head, no. Go. Go. 10 times you do it. 2. Count it. Now stand up. What happened, you can tell them.
That brightness that was there before is still there, but there's a softness to it.
Pardon?
The brightness is still there, but that was there, but there's a softness, a rhythm.
Only don't go to your language. Okay. Are you now dull or are you alert active?
Oh, alert.
See? He said dull. Then he gives some other examples. He came for the dullness. I removed the dullness. What his job is to say, sir, my dullness has gone. But instead of that, he adds something. You know what did I do? Politicians call brainwash. So by making him to do like that, I gave a bath to his brain and washed his brain. Now do you feel dull or active?
Active.
Can you see now? So that's the, in asanas also we have got brainwashing asanas. Okay. Hey, some money has dropped there. Hey, some coin. Your coin. Some coin. That is how you have to work for depressions.
I suffer from an anxiety disorder and have
This comes under the same depression. Anxiety, there will be no depression without anxiety.
And that
Therefore, I have already answered that question. It's not worth going into.
Well, she's saying that breathing into the abdominal area can be helpful in overcoming my anxiety.
My dear friend, the person do not know the breathing at all. What is abdominal breathing? I would like to know. I don't know. Where is the person?
Who wrote this? No, please come.
Hours.
Show me what is your abdominal breathing.
Just lie down.
Lying down.
No, any way he does
Or
it.
sitting.
Any way he does it.
Ah. That is abdominal breathing. Follow now. Tell me, do you get any textbooks on yoga that breathing is done by the abdomen or by the lungs? Huh? A new discovery, somebody says do from the abdomen. And lungs are meant to breathe. No, abdomen is not meant to breathe. Abdomen is a controller for the lungs, how the breathing should be done. Follow? Give me that book. Now sit. Lie down. Exactly the center of the brick. There is yet something.
Lift your head again.
Come here. Let me see whether he can do abdominal breathing now. Now ask him to do breathing.
What happened to your abdomen?
They all knew.
Alex, what happened to your abdomen? Naturally stays down. It naturally stays down where his
You
wrist-
understood now? So today there are raw yoga books, bloating the abdomen. Huh? And if a man has a bloated abdomen, you remark. And if he does the floating pranayama, you say it's wonderful. Not one original text say about the abdomen. Abdomen is meant, why I stood there, because the abdomen has to support. The diaphragm expands sideways and the breathing comes better. And this person also, to some extent, dabbled by reading book on Kundalini. Ask him yes or no.
You read about Kundalini?
Actually, no, sir.
Huh? But you have got the views, no?
I've heard people say that abdominal breathing helps to stimulate the parasympathetic nervous system.
And now do it. But do you know why I did it? He is in tension. So I removed the tension. He has got a good future, good body, but his nerves not under his control. Maybe he knows, even his relatives will say, now I'm making the nerves to become quiet. It's not relaxation. Nerve relaxation is very difficult. When you inhale, this descend. It goes down, sternum comes up. And now try like the same way. Start like that. See how there was, this also gives acidity, the way in which he was doing pranayama.
Acid reflux.
Yuktam tvajadvayam yuktam yuktancha purayet. If you are careful in the pranayama, yukta means rhythmic inhalation, rhythmic exhalation. So that rhythm means you have to bring lots of things under control. Ayuktabhyasa yogena sarvaroga samudbhavaha. By wrong practice, you are inviting diseases. And that's why this boy, his nerves have shaken to a great extent. And that's why I kept the foot still. He used the word sympathetic and parasympathetic, as if he knows in detail about these sympathetic and parasympathetic nerves. You call solar plexus, and you do not know the lunar plexus. Today, the medicine has said hypothalamus is the one which controls the body temperature. What is the job of the moon? So hypothalamus is the seat of Chandrasthana, navel is the seat of Suryasthana. That's why people get shock in the navel. That's why I have kept my foot, because his navel was like a volcano, or a tsunami. His navel life spasm is like tsunami. That's why I am pacifying them. That's why my foot is there. Not that I am pressing. Probably you may think, what a weight he must be putting on his stomach. He will say, my weight of my foot is like a petal of the rose. Now, open your eyes. Ask him whether he is little calm or not.
How are you feeling? Sit up, Alex.
Sit. As he not become calm, you ask.
I feel like it's incredibly calm now.
Now, can you see now? So this also, I can sit upon the sarva, Viparithakarani, let him stay, he becomes calmer and calmer for few days. Then he can do anything. Now you can say, what he wants to say, let him say. Yes, you can take Satyavan. Then you stay, I will tell. Do Satyavan Sajda.
Yeah, that's right up there.
Just lie down. Give something for his head. The height may be more. Pillow, blanket. And just leave him. Now, can I have that heavy bag? Somebody have the heavy bag. Anybody having heavy bags? Keep, keep it on his thigh. That's not sufficient. One more. Heavy one. There is. Keep it on his knees. Let it be on his thighs. Come. You relax your eyes and move the energy of the eyes towards your ears. Stay for 5 minutes. So I will answer next question. Till then, he should be there.
Should pranayama be stopped when a lot of heat, red color, comes into the face? Why is that?
The person who says that it becomes red, is the person here?
Is that person here?
Where?
Please come down.
Please come down.
Heat in the face. Pranayama practice. No one will admit to it.
I'm going to blow this one.
Otherwise, I will not answer.
Yeah, go on.
Who has written that question?
They're not
We
here.
don't know.
Huh?
They're not here.
They're not answering.
So let's
So
go
this
on.
question has come from a teacher who would like to know the answer so that the person may ask what Mr. Iyengar answered, then I can teach the others. So I've learned all these things. But so much I can say, that her nasal passage is blocked. And if there's a block, they force the breathing, it will not get it. So which asana has to be done for the passage to open? You know, the cheekbone, in which way you have to adjust the cheekbone so that the sinus passage is clear from the collection of the dust or whatever you may call it. Then face will not become red. Second, because I will not give the clues because the person is not here. For others, I am guiding.
Yeah, other people had the same question.
So if they becomes red, they have taken the breath not from the lungs but from the brain. In normal breathing, the brain inhales and exhales, not the lungs. Because brain needs lot of oxygen, so there is the brain which sucks the in-breath. It is the brain which releases the breath. In normal breath, the entire body breathes in and the entire body breathes out. Only in pranayama technique, the lungs alone, the trunk alone, torso alone is used for pranayama, not the brain, not the legs. That's why I stood on his legs. I stood on his legs to see that his breathing changes from the brain into the lungs. And if the person who has got sinus passage or who has no sinus passage sucks the air from the brain, the first pressure is that the spasm will be felt on the temples. If the beats on the temples is felt, you are doing from the brain, not from the lungs. So sternum is the root to is the source point in pranayama for inhalation and exhalation, not the brain. If the sternum is dropped, the brain takes the load and the face becomes red. If they hold the breath beyond their capacity, the face flushes. So it is in the wrong practice or the constitution where the sinus passage is blocked, only these things happens, not in any other way. So you learn yourself. When you feel a little hardness on the retina of the eye, the corona of the eye, if you feel little dilatation, it expands. When you are inhaling, you are doing from the brain. If the corona is soft, you are not doing from the brain, your inhalation or exhalation. This is how you have to study from which area the breath goes into the lungs. If the wrong passage is taken, face has to become red. And now, that man, I can't keep that man so long.
Okay.
Slowly bend his legs and bring him down. Now ask him how he feels, sober or not.
Thank you.
Are you sober, calm and sober? Tell them.
Yes, sir. I feel much better, other than the fact I'm a bit nervous being in front of everybody.
Now also, not only, there is no shakiness in the abdomen now.
The abdomen's very calm.
Okay, thank you. Then Setabandha Sanghasan, Viparita Karani is the medicine for you. The other asanas are only practice. So you have to do two things. One as a medical treatment, medicine is taking. The other is for maintaining the practice constitutionally. So Setabandha Sanghasan and Viparita Karani is as you take food, you have to do this. As the doctor say, take 3 pills a day. Or sometimes 4 pills a day. You have to do this 2 or 3 times a day. Then within 1 month you will be a different person. to whom you are going, they can see your eyes now. In 2 months, they will see your eyes will glow. Still how many eyes? Still how many eyes?
Sorry?
How many questions are there?
Only 2, 3.
Okay, come on. Go a little faster.
Some of us have traveled a long way to get here. What poses or sequences are most effective in helping one to recover quickly from the fatigue associated with long-distance travel, especially jet lag?
My friend, for this you have got a magazine called Yoga Journal. Ask them to cover these things, not me. It's their job. Because your problems, Yoga Journal is meant to serve the people. So you have asked this question, so it is for them to get the information and to give you the knowledge of what you do to get out from this jet timing. But I will not answer. Because you should go to millions of people, not 800 children who are here standing. Please give me so that I enjoy, so I become a teacher, I can teach others. My knowledge should go to all.
Guruji, they can go to yogajournal.com.
Yes, the answers could be given. Then I can definitely guide you. What to do, how much to do, everything I can say later. Even the timings are involved. If you even increase 1 minute more, the effect will go. So when to stop? For example, a good teacher is he or she who knows exactly when to stop, not when that I can teach. A good teacher's quality is to looking at the people, my time has come to stop. One who does not know when to stop is not a teacher. He's a preacher.
I'm going to read the exact words. One translation of the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, 381-82, says, practicing Viparit Karni for a yama daily conquers death, kalajit. How can this guide me as a student in my daily practice?
You know what? First of all, for your information, no book has so far explained Viparita Karni. Except, of course, again, it's a pride if I say, this is Iyengar who found out the right method. Because I have read Hatha Yoga Pradipika. Hatha Yoga Pradipika says all inverted poses are Viparita Karni. Even Shirshasana is also to be considered as Viparita Karni. But only one sentence it says that in inverted poses, the buttock should be slightly below the trunk. Nobody understands what it is. So some say between half halasana, between halasana and sarvangasana, halfway is Viparita Karni. It's not at all Viparita Karni. So it requires a lot of intellectual rubbing to understand the Hatha Yoga Pradipikas of Viparita Karni. Go there. Because theoretically easy to fool people. Do say the Pansanga Viparita Karni there. Take a chair, there is a chair. Bent leg. Here on the top, cheek. Head down. With bent legs, with bent legs. If that height is okay, do it. And now go to the floor and put the legs inside. Lie down. My foot slips in everywhere. Now go back still. Take a blanket for his head. No, the height is small. Don't do it. I will adjust. Any blanket? Double. Do you sit? Shoulders down, head on the top. Chair closer. Right angle. Hey, chest has collapsed.
Put the blanket, I'm going to wait.
Huh? Take one blanket out. One. Now. Or if it is height, you need not use it. Okay. Touch the elbow to the wood. Now this is Viparita Karni for those people, if a man like me, who is reaching near 90, I can't keep my leg straight for 10 minutes. So I said, let me use the chair, bend the leg and do Viparita Karni. No, this I'm saying, but I can stand even now with leg straight 20 minutes. Even he cannot stand with me. If we both of us do, but I will succeed, he will fail. In timings. Now, buttock should be down. Chest is up. Now what happens? Venous blood is collected and it is all accumulated here. It is known as, I formed a artificial tank for the blood to collect here. Then from here, you can see, this is like a tank. And from here, what do? I make the blood, like waterfall, gradually dripping towards the heart. Follow? So, the blood is purified without strain. And then it is, spread to the entire lungs. And that is why the effect of it, when it says he conquers death. Of course, in those days they were saying, you have to understand. You eat, now, that question is, can I conquer my death? Hatha Yoga Pradipika, the same book says, do Mayurasana, you will digest poison. Drink poison and do Mayurasana, whether you can digest. Say. Follow? So this is a poetic language which you have to give certain margin. When they said that you are conquering death means you will not suffer from any ill health so that your life is prolonged. That means death is prolonged. You cannot conquer death. You have to die. Then Hatha Yoga Pradipika said, what are you talking? Hatha Yoga Pradipika, you have to understand the inner meaning of it, not the surface meaning. You conquer death means you will be free from diseases, so your life is prolonged, means prolonging life is prolonging the death. So you have conquered death. And that is the effect this asana has. And you can see the brain is quiet. It's a passive, pensive state. And in this asana, no, I have not given any intellectual drug for him to relax the brain. That's what is going on now. Say mantra Om, Om, chanting. That means it's a drug. The mantra is a drug. Patanjali has used it. I am not saying. 4th chapter, 1st sutra. That you can conquer by any means. But at the same time he has said, Samadhi is the highest state, not mantra, incantation, or by birth, that is geniusness, that I forget, incantation or herbs. Yes, use the word. Follow? And here, no herbs, no incantation, awareness of intelligence. I have only introduced. Natural, pensive state of the brain. The brain does not oscillate at all. Can you oscillate or you go deep in? Is it not a meditative pose? Now, how we mistake? If Iyengar does asana, it's physical yoga. If somebody says chant mantra, it's a spiritual yoga. Now here, my breath is my mantra. I observe my breath. I control the smoothness of the breath. Even though it's a normal breath, I don't do deep breathing. Like others say, if I do deep breathing, I am creating spasm in the electrical cells of the brain. I want the electrical cells of the brain to be quiet. So what do? Normal breathing, whether it's inhalation, exhalation, can I maintain the same length, same vibration, same sound? That is meditation. I have to ask him to come down, but he prefers to stay there. Huh? That is known as natural dhyana, not induced dhyana. Not induced meditation, but natural meditation. I have done yoga so much, biological relaxation is the highest state of meditation. Psychological meditation is not a highest state of meditation. That's my experience. Because biological relaxation means depends upon the nerves. Nerves is the medium between the mind and the spirit. So that's why when Lord Krishna said to Arjuna, I will show my forearm. Look. He says, I can't see. He said, these ordinary eyes cannot see me. So let me grace you with a divine eye so that you can see me. Arjuna says, I am frightened. I can't see you. Krishna says, yes. Let me give the divine eye so that you do not become nervous. You must have read it. So that is what I am building up. So the divine eye in our system is the nervous system. If the nerves or the unconscious mind, hidden mind is the nerves. So all my practices is to develop that nerve strength so that when the light of the self flashes, you do not become nervous. And that's why I said nerves is the unconscious consciousness. So if the nerves are strong, I saw that man, how his nerves are shaken so much. That means his mind cannot be stable. Though I said he's intelligent. I use all the good side, I also found the bad side. That's why I have to make his nerves to be passive, by using my foot, what you call massage. So I did a little massage for my foot for the nerves to quieten it. I don't know which asanas I have to take, but I couldn't take here. So I used my method. So this is how to know it has got two actions. Not only it improves the circulation of the blood, it quietens the brain so that when the brain becomes an object here. Because in our life, brain is a subject. In certain asanas, how the brain becomes an object, worth studying, is it not? So that's why certain asanas, how the brain is made as an object. Viparitakarni, Setapansangasana, Viparidandasana, these all make the brain as an object. Then you can find out the difference between intellect and intelligence. Till then you cannot find the difference between the intelligence and the intellect. Intellect is the seat of the head, intelligence is the seat of the heart. So how to bring the intellect to the head and the intelligence to the heart to yoke together and build up a new person. And that is what yoga teaches.
Does an instantaneous sensation of freedom in breathing signify that one's alignment is correct? In other words, when the deliberate extension is more deepening because of holding a pose or holding with the help of props, will prana expand and spread enough that the breath feels different?
Instantaneous rhythm cannot come to anyone. Who is that person?
Kathleen Wright.
Who is here? They are there?
She's right here, second row. Come here.
Come here. Please excuse me because I have some questions. This question is not a confused question, that's why I'm saying. She does not know how to put a question. But if Krishnamurti are people, they turn the question according to them to answer. Here I am not twisting the question. I only said it's a confused question she has put me.
By instantaneous, I mean in that split second of awareness.
No, it's all right. Stand up, I tell you. Just stand up. Now, the way in which she is standing, there are lots of deformities. Follow? So how can the thing come? She may not be knowing. That's what I'm saying. Turn the chest to them. Face them. See the diaphragm, which is not in contact with the ribs, is in contact with the abdomen. It's down. You can see the cloth. And turn the other way. See the tailbone.
Turn to me.
It's like a horn. Facing you. The tailbone is not facing her body. It's facing you. Mm-hmm. Can you see?
Yes.
So how can you expect instantaneous presentation when the defects are there? So instantaneous action is freedom from discipline.
Freedom from discipline.
From discipline. So you have not discipline, instantaneous action cannot come. Follow?
If she gets a good pose and the diaphragm moves to its proper place
I
and
can
her
say,
tailbone comes, would she get an instant release in her prana?
Yes, she will find it. Now keep the break. Now which asana you do? Don't go to shavasana. Any asana you do.
Rajvasana.
Do anything.
Something
Do a
that
pose,
gives
do
you
pose.
Which
this kind
asana,
of
whatever
action.
she can.
What gives you this freedom?
Twists.
There you go.
I am not introducing my asana, please note. I am allowing naturality.
This is
Let
the
her
right button
see.
for that block.
Yeah, don't worry.
Now turn. What does she do? Now she's turning. Instantaneity cannot come at all because there's so many interruptions in her muscles, in her nerves. So naturally, if there are interruptions in fibers and nerves and the muscles, there will be block in the understanding of the pose also. Now I am allowing her to do, you can see. That's your final movement? No, I'm asking.
Go to your final pose.
According to her capacity, I'm not asking about for my capacity.
Yeah.
She should say, this is my ultimate reach in the asana. Then only I go close. That's your pose now? Huh? Now she is doing it. Do it. I can say how hard here it is. How soft it is. Did you realize now? Huh? Now where is the instantaneous bleeding? Huh?
It's not here.
Now, let loose, surrender to me as I am adjusting. Now what happened? Breathing is easy. You understood now? So that's why instantaneity cannot come without the discipline coming to an end. The end of the discipline is the beginning of instantaneous presentation. Can you say how much I am doing it now?
Yes.
Now the energy is flowing in our body instantaneously because I have disciplined.
Yes.
You follow?
Thank you.
God bless you.
After coming to North America and observing your students, what do you feel we need to improve upon spiritually, physically, and philosophically?
Why are you dividing yourself?
Right.
Why are you dividing yourself? That I am made up of physical body, I am made up of mental body, I am made up of spiritual body. That I have to conquer my body, I have to conquer my mind, I have to conquer my soul. Why is these divisions? In sleep, have you got any divisions between body, mind and self? Follow, tell me. But in sleep, it is tamasic. So the yogi says, simulate in your wakeful state what you experience in sleep. Then where is the body? Where is the mind? So, I am a teacher to so many students here. So far, I have not said to anybody that you are in the physical level, you are in the mental level, you are in the spiritual level. But how is that you, who has not done for even, say like me, 70 years, to show that when are we going to change from the physical to spiritual state? That means the person who is doing, he is definitely in the frame of the body. So break the frame, open that frame, find out where you can go. It is not for me to say that you are in this level, go up. A child, first crawls on the floor, stands up, walks, runs, jumps. Do you say, now you jump, now you walk? So even if you are crawling now, learn how to stand in the asanas. You may be crawling in the asanas. So learn to stand in the asanas. Then after standing in the asanas, let me see whether I can make it to walk. Walk means speech. The vibration. Can my body speak? Can I listen to this sound of my body? Can I listen to the wisdom? The wisdom which comes from the body is a fact. The wisdom which comes from the head is just analytical thinking. So asanas are meant to connect the physical, the factual wisdom of the body with the analytical intelligence of the head, and to coordinate with cooperation, coordinate these two intelligences. Then that person is definitely on a spiritual level, because he does not consider that it is the body which is doing, it is the mind which is thinking. I hope you understand. So please break the frame of mind. The spiritual life begins only when you break the frame of your mind. I think here 800 students are there. I'm sure that all 800 students are practicing yoga within the frame of their mind. I'm the only man who is doing by breaking the frame of mind and going beyond the mind. So the moment you go beyond the mind, the spiritual life has begun for that person. There is no what you call gauge to study that you have moved from the mental level to the spiritual level. There is no barometer. The barometer is in your way of thinking, in your way of action. So if you have that barricades in your mind, please break it. Body, for a common man, if you cannot understand, body is the cover of the cell. Mind is the quality of the cell. And when the cover and the quality both merge with the core, the source, from the source where actions, thoughts arise, reach there, then you are a spiritual person. Then you start working not from your mind, not from your intelligence, from the very life force. That is what Light on Life explains to you if you all read later. So by all of you that book, you get this point very clearly in the last 3 chapters.
Guruji, this is the last question. Yes. Beloved Guruji, will you be coming back to the United States in the near future? Larry Lopez.
How do I know? Somewhere or other in my heart of hearts, I was coming to the Western countries because yoga was not at all respected in 1950s, 60s. Please know that it was a hard job for me to introduce a subject when the opposing current were very strong. When I came to America in 1956, I had only 3 students. How many are there? When I was in Europe, I had only 1 student, Yehudi Minyan. How many? Harkness in America. You must have heard there's a Harkness Auditorium. Harkness Foundation. So she invited me. She talked to so many people. Learn, this man has come, make use of him. Not one were interested. Now see how many are interested. So I came, as the challenge on my subject was very strong to oppose. I came to conquer their counter challenges. So when the challenges became quiet, I said, I've done my job, I'm staying at home. It is 12 years ago I came. Afterwards, of course, lots of yogis have visited this country. And when so many yogis are coming, then I thought, what is the use of my going? Because I got name, I got fame, I got students. Do you mean to say that I come here every year, saying that I can earn a little money and go back and say that I have done a wonderful work in my Western countries? So that is my renunciation. I renounced when I was on the top of the world. That's why I did not come. Even today, though I may be like that, I'm still in my line in the top of the world because I'm not stopped in my practice. The moment I stop my practice, I will definitely come and tell you I've lost the grace of God. I will not say that, oh, I'm bold, I will stop my practice. I say, God has withdrawn the grace from me. It was His grace that I came up to this level. If I lose, it is His grace that I lost. And 12 years I did not come. I came because of the Rodels. If the Rodels had not insisted me that you should come and release the book, probably I would not have come. So all of you should be grateful to the Rodels. And if I'm not saying no, if God orders me that you have to go again, who knows, I may come.
Yay!
Before ending this session, hey, Mary, you come. Now, question and answer session is over. But I would like to guide those who are suffering how they can improve, because she is a teacher. Like her, many people may come to her. Many people may come to her with artificial limbs. What have I to do? Though she does well, I'm just guiding. Where is the rope extends? You have the rope here? Belt. Belt?
Belt, maybe. Oh, belt.
No, this way. Come forward. Take it forward. You have to lift it up. Lift up. Somebody come, volunteers come. Okay. Brick. Do Ustrasana. No, facing that way. Go close to the. Go close. Touch your knees. Exactly in the middle, my friend. Curl your head and go down. Now, she is doing very well. Luckily, even her doctor must have said, unbelievable that you have recovered so fast. They must have told you, is it not? Yes. Because that is the effect of yoga. Because she had done yoga for so many years, recovery was fast. So that is where I say yoga is a helping hand to recover faster than natural the time it takes. Now, she is doing very well, but hip joints, how to make the hip to come in contact with the living body. See, feet apart. Now do Ustrasana. Touch the brick with your heel. Now jam the brick. Now what happens to your hips when you jam the bricks?
The front takes all the strain off in the front. It takes all the strain off.
And now you tell them. He took all the strain. He took off all the strain. Now it's not a classical Ustrasana. Because many people say Iyengar does not take only classical, use the props. You know, if a person has lost a leg, who comes on a wheelchair and does yoga, is it not a great achievement that what I have shown has saved her life, making her to do yoga? Why criticize Iyengar yoga is props? Even in the hospitals, they give you crutches. And that is okay. In yoga, if you use a crutch, it is wrong. See how long I made her to stay. Now, come on, slide outside. Where is the belt? Double is better. Open it. Now, this is not working on the hip. Now, actively, the doctors will say, don't do active action, because they are afraid. But having seen her condition, the time has come for her to start active action. But her doctor will say, just continue, live as you like, don't overstrain. But how to feed? I said compactness. Even the artificial limb has to behave as if it's the natural limb, original limb. That's what I'm going to teach her. Do Ustrasana type. You got only one horse, two horses? One horse. Okay. And that brick. Keep, no, this way. Hold the belt with your hand. Go down. That, no. No. As much as you can, touching that. Don't, no. Give a blanket. Wait. Blanket, here support. Or give one brick here. Give me. James, come here. Touch here. Touch your brick. Now curve without leaving the brick. You can go down as much as you can. Ask her what is happening.
What's going on?
Well, I feel confident.
I feel confident. Enough. So what is this? What does it convey you? Confidence means I've given her mental health. That means I've given the courage for her to try. Confidence. Don't think confidence is faith. Follow? I created that confidence in her that she can do. So that is known as mental health. I gave her the mental health. Just wait. Hold that. Like a rope, loop.
Oh.
Put a loop. Wait, see, come on. Make it, loop it. Because it's
Make the belt?
Belt. At 2 ends only. Don't take inside. Enough. I'll make that in. One is long, one is short. Okay. Now hold the hip, loop. And bend your elbows. Go. Is the hip coming into the body or far away from the body?
Coming in.
Can you understand now?
Yes.
Is coming in means what? Artificial. I'm slowly transforming it into become to natural hip. That's why, that means it came in. It came in, she said. It does not come in. And now, raise the pubis slightly up and see what happens to your hip. What happens? Still better or not? Huh?
Better.
Better. Can you see now? Come on. So that way she can do easily. Now, take this. Because it's the back bends which will make the limb to be healthy. In forward bends, they go out. So I will say don't do forward bends. Yogis do not know these things. Because anatomy, I have not studied anatomy. Because even I saw so many doctors are coming, they say we cannot understand what you say. It is not at all available in any anatomical book, my way of teaching. Lots of doctors are in Pune. Sir, how do you get it? We can't get even the clue. That means my body has moved to such a maximum level, so each and every part of my muscle or fiber, I know how it has to work. Now, Buddha Dhanurasa. No, here, not here. Because I am working for the hips, not for the... She can do well. Hey, hold there. Hands on the top, you can keep it. Hold this. No, that's it, there. So that she will not lose the balance. And lie down. Keep the hands on the top. Go up. Now, Buddha Dhanurasa. Now she has done it. I will only attend to the hip. Go down. Bring a belt. Put it between the leg. Now where you go wrong? Go. Now ask her what is happening.
Not so much right now.
Here.
Yeah. Will it feel safe?
It will feel safe. Now go down. Now do it. Is wobbling or are you safe?
Wobbling.
Can you see now? Now go down. So is it good to say don't use the prop and suffer? Classically you do the pose?
No.
Is it a compassion to say for a teacher? See how I have to guide her. What did she say? I feel stability. Mm-hmm. I feel wobbling. Mm-hmm. So what did I do? So how do you know? Even people do not know. This is anatomy. What connection it has got to do? Even if there is a doctor, he will laugh at me. It's a truth. Because I've used my body, each and every part, so I know the one action, how far the range of that action takes the movement. If I stretch the finger, I should know how far the energy vibrates, which length. That's how I learn. Now why I am doing this is, I put the belt here, come on, go on. So that I control the jerk here. There will be no jerk now. If the belt is out, there is a jerk. Mm-hmm. Now, I will teach her, this is the corner, follow?
Yes, sir.
And this is the corner.
Yes.
You have to adjust from this corner to that corner as though both legs are parallel to the floor. That's your work. If you get the corner, something tells you on your hips.
Yes.
Huh? Mm-hmm. Now come down. Now what did you feel? You can.
That the legs are stable.
Tell them, not me.
The legs are stable.
Can you see now? That means I'm strengthening that area. Mm-hmm. Outside limb, which has nothing to do with the body. I am connecting the outer limb to the artificial limb to come in contact with the other muscles of the body so that the muscle can feed the artificial bone so that they also get power to withhold the power to do even at the time of some accident which takes place, that supports. Now, Priya, you come here. Put that pipe. Pipe. Ah. Can you empty that table and bring here? Yep. Or bring this chair first, let me see. Bring a chair, that one. Because I wanted two Tresla, there is only one Tresla. Keep it here. To this level. That one. A table. I'm taking Birya because he has got only one kidney. And that too, of course, may I say, tell them? Malignant kidney, which has been removed. Where do you get to treat a person with cancer, suffering from cancer, and still see his face? What yoga has done to him? And have you seen any other person's with lively life? That is what yoga is, miracle. See what yoga has done, a miracle on him. Now, you put it?
No, he has to put the bar.
Put some sticky match back on. What happened? No, it doesn't
hold it. It doesn't hold anymore.
Just touch it. That's all. It doesn't fall. That's all. You just hold it. That's all. Put it. Come, sir. The most difficult pose, you all know Kapotasana? Is a simple asana or difficult asana? Difficult asana, na? Come. Give me that blanket. Thick blanket. Kneel on there. Put the foot here. Now come on that. Little down. Dog. Have I taken Kapotasana or not? Now, shall I ask him to do that? Can you see whether he can do it or not? You can drop the hands over the head, nothing happens. Go down and stretch. Ask him, is the kidney giving any irritation or stimulation? Stimulation. Can you see now? I am stimulating that because in one kidney, can he live longer? You can tell them they did not hear.
The top kidney is relaxed, closer, and stimulated.
Can you see now? And now come up. Give me one more blanket. Why I am using? He said top kidney. Follow now? At least he shown the division. If the height is less, you can move a blanket for his knee. No, double it up. Now go. Keep to the knee. Push in. Now try, sir. Huh?
Yes.
What, yes?
The whole kidney.
Huh?
The whole kidney.
The whole kidney. That's a teacher think the moment he said top, that means I have not done the job well. Now you may be saying, oh, you are finding something very good, continue. But I was unhappy. Now see, he says, now you will be surprised to know if I touch him, he will still enjoy. Huh? How do you find, sir?
Wonderful.
Because if I had how to do that also, not this is a dangerous thing, what I am taking. So you know we put for Shirshasana the rope loop. So near the loop, I take this horse close to the loop, and on the loop I put bolster because the waist should be higher than the horse. So I keep the bolster on the loop, Shirshasana rope. Then I keep the tailbone on this because he does not know. So I am guiding him when he goes home, what he has to do. The tailbone should be on this. And the middle chest, the lower waist, is on the bolster, the loop of the rope. Then he can stand, he can stay 15 to 20 minutes, he can do Shavasana, Kapotasana. You can't do even half a minute Kapotasana, but this man can do 20 minutes, 30 minutes. With pleasure. With pleasure. He is the word. Here, of course, not that I do not know. Now here, the renal nerves of the kidneys are supported to function better. Here, the renal nerves cannot function in Kapotasana the way in which it works here. So this support is to make the renal nerve to take the supply without any hindrances. But on the floor, it curtails. That's the difference. I think I've taken 5 minutes and that fellow is still staying. Can you stay independently like this?
No, sir.
No, come on. Just wait. Now, you all know Shirshasana. How to work for his kidney only Shirshasana. Probably you may not be able to think even. Come here, sir. Do Shirshasana there. Blanket. I will see the height. I have to see the height. Take the mat. Can you come back a little more? Bring a brick.
This way?
No, just wait. Hold his leg somewhere. Give me a brick. Go down. Not much, little. Go down. Near the kidneys. Little down, brick. Little down, brick. Now, go straight vertically up. Don't go back. Control the heel. Ask him whether it is working on the kidney or not.
How's your kidney?
Not as good as in Kapotasana.
Huh?
It was better in Kapotasana, was his word.
I'm not saying that. I see Shirshasana. Have I given the asana to kidney or not? That's what I'm asking.
Shirshasana in
Yes.
the kidney.
Open the armpit, look back. And now you feel the kidney.
Oh, yes.
Huh?
Yes,
I have activized the kidney.
absolutely.
Huh?
Yes.
Armpit forward, skull back of the base of the skull backward. Backward, not forward. Towards the wall. And now ask him whether the kidney is elongated or not.
Yes, absolutely.
Does anybody know to do Shirshasana? Just to exercise only the kidney? So this is how I have worked to learn the asanas. I have not learned the asana for physical fitness or physical yoga. Show me in any book that asana is a physical yoga. Then I accept. The Yogic Upanishads say a man who has mastered the asana has conquered the hell, heaven and the earth. What does it convey to you? Is it a physical yoga? Without reading books? Without taking the quotations? Not going to the old books? Some person comes and says something and you take it as a word of the Vedas. But you don't go to the root books. And the root books have said all these things. One who has conquered the asanas has conquered the 3 worlds. See, I am keeping him so that his kidney can feel the warmth of the asana effect. He will know the effect of the kidney only when he comes down, not when he is in the asana, the way in which I have kept it. So asanas are the eye openers, or what we call the forerunners to be close to the self. And now come down. Now stand and feel the kidney. Stand in Tadasana. Soft. Soft. Huh? They should know, not me.
Long and relaxed.
Can you say now?
One.
Only I said, only when he comes down, that is the reaction, whether the kidney worked or not. Here, because the support was there was a jam of a brick. So education does not come. Now when I made him, there is no brick. The sensitivity, perception, the skin perceives and sends the message to the mind and brain what it is doing. Now he is conceiving the action. He cannot perceive. Got it? Now can you see now? So please keep an eye open. And only you should know when to do, how much to do, in what way I have to do. It's a long process. I think you have learned something or no? So, there was a question where they said, sir, you have come. What do you think of the future growth of yoga students here? I've shown practically that you can go this way by taking the example of Mary and Birya. So that don't think it's closed. You have to do research work. I consider that if you can surpass me, then I say, my pupils, I get exalted and I say, God will definitely appreciate me. And I have not finished the sentence. I have not finished. And even if you cannot surpass me, if you maintain my level of what level I have reached, I said, yoga will never die. The moment you go down from the state what you have seen and what you are practicing, then that is the downfall of yoga. So please work and say, this is what you people must have read. To get a name from Guru is very difficult. I have said yesterday also, the character of my Guru. And he gave me a title when I was teaching the class. He came to Pune and saw me conducting. He was teaching his own son, Sri Bhashyam and Gita, in my home in Pune. So when I came, both were confused. Guruji was explaining to them. Then Gita said, I can't understand what he said. I said, which asana? Upavishta Konasana. Then both of them I said, oh, that's all what you wanted now? Do this way and you get it. And in front of my Guru, they presented it. And Guru said, I have taken half an hour to tell, and you came in 1 second, you corrected them. Sir, I said, it's your grace. And believe me, he never told me, because in the evening there was a program. They had to give a demonstration. He was training Bhashyam and Gita to give a demonstration for his talk. So this confusion was there. Then I corrected them. Then I never knew. He took his food and went outside. He said, I'm going out and come. I said, do you want me to accompany? He said, no, I'm going alone. Then, on the function time, he said, my pupil, Sundar, he calls me Sundaram, Sundaram today outbeated me. and gave me a gold medal, Yoganga Shikshaka Chakravarti, you must have heard in the papers. That means he is the emperor of all yoga teachers. To get that title from my guru was not so easy. And you can understand, a man of that caliber can measure me. Now you understand how much you have to work, how to surpass me. And if you surpass me, I said, you have also pleased my guru.